Samma Sambuddho Bhagava Buddhang Bhagavantang Abhivademi. Swakato Bhagavata Dhammo Dhammang Namasami. Supatipanno Bhagavato Sāvaka Saṅkho Saṅkhang Namami. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Page 9. 第9页。Iti piso bhagava arahang piso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho vicacharana sampanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisat Tha Dewa Manusanang Buddho Bhagavati Nati Me Saranang Anyang Buddho Me Saranang Warang Etena Sang Warang Etena Sajawacena Wadayang Sathu Sasane Buddhang me vandamanena yang punyang pasudang ida sabe me mahisung tasate jasa. Swakato bhagavata dhammo sanditiko akaliko ekaliko ehipasiko opanayiko pacchatang veditabo vinyohiti nati me saranang anyang mo me saranang warang etena sajawacena wadayang sathu sasane dhammang me vandamanena punyang pasudang ida sabepi antaraya me hisung tasate jasa. Supatipanno bhagavato sāvaka saṅkho Ucupatipanno bhagavato sāvaka saṅkho Nyāyapatipanno bhagavato sāvaka saṅkho Samicipatipanno bhagavato Sāvaka saṅkho yalidang cattari purisa yogani atta purisa pukkala esa bhagavato sāvaka saṅkho yo pahuneyo takineyo anjali karaneyo anuttarang punya khetang lokasati. นาทิเมสารนังอันนาทิเมสารนังอัญญังสังโฆเมสารนังวรังเอเตนะสาจาวาเจนะวัตยังสาธุสาสเนสังฆังเมวันดาสุดังอิดาสเบปิอันตรายาเมมหิสุงตัสสะเตจัสสะ14第14页 14第14页อิติอิมาสมิงสติอิดังโหติอิมาสุปาดาอิดังอุปาจาติยาดิดังสังขาราสังขาราปัจจายาวิญญาณังวิญญาณปัจจายานัมมารูปังนัมมารูปะปัจจายาสาลายาทานังสาลายาทังสาลายาทานาปัจจายาภาโสภาษาปัจจายาเวดานังเวดานาปัจจายาตัณหาตัณหาปัจจายาอุปาดานังอุปาดาบาวบาวาปัจจายาจาติจาติปัจจายาจารามรณังโสกาปริเดวะดุขะโดมนัสสุปายาสะสมวันติเอวะเมตัสสะขันธัสสะสมุทัยโยโหติยาดาหะเวปะตุบาวันติธัมมะอัตตาปิโนจายาโตบรมานัสสะอัฏฐาสักขังคาวัปปายัสสะอัฏฐาสักขังคาวัปปายันติสัพพะยัตโธปัจจานาติสาเหตุธัมมังอิติอิมัสมิงอัสสติอิดังนาโหติสานิโรนิรุจติยาดิดังอวิจจานิโรธาสังขารานิโรธาวิญญาณนิโรโธวิญญาณนิโรธานัมมานิโรโธนัมมารูปานิโรธาสาลายทานานิโรโธสาลายทานานิโรธาภาษานิโรโธภาษานิโรธานานิโรโธเวดานานิโรธาตัณหานิโรโธตัณหานิโรธาอุปาทานังนิโรโธอุปาทานานิโรธาภาวะนิโรโธภาวะนิโรธานิโรโธจาตินิโรธาจารามรณังโสกาปริเดวะดุขะโดมนัสสุปายาสะนิรุจันติเอวะเมเกวะลัสสะดุขะขันธัสสะนิโรโธโหติยาดาหะเวปะตุบาวันติธัมมะอัตตาปิโนจายาโตบรมานัสสะอัฏฐาสักขังคาวัปปะยันติสัพพะยัตโธขยังปัจจายานังอาเวดีอิติอิมัสมิงสติอิดังโหติอิมัสสุปาดาอิดังอุปาจาติอิมัสมิงอัสโหติอิมัสสนิโรธาอิดังนิรุจติ ยาดิตังอวิจจปัจจายะสังขาราสังขาราปัจจายะวิญญาณังวิญญาณปัจจายะนัมมะปัจจายะนัมมารูปังนัมมารูปะปัจจายะสาลายทันนังสาลายทันนาปัจจายะภาโสภาษาปัจจายะเวดานังเวดานาปัจจายะตัณหาปัจจายะอุปาทานังดันนาปัจจายะภาวะภาวะปัจจายะจาติจาติปัจจายะจารามรณังโสกะปริเดวะทุกขโดมนัสทุกขโดมนัสสุปยัสสะสมวันติเอวะเมตัสสะเกวะลัสสะทุกขขันธัสสะสมุทัยโยโหติอวิจจายะทวยวะอัสเสสะวิรากังขารานิโรโดสังขารานิโรธาวิญญาณนิโรโดวิญญาณนิโรธานัมมารูปานิโรโดนัมมารูปานิโรธาสาลายทันนานิยทันนานิโรโดสาลายทันนานิโรธาภาษานิโรโดภาษานิโรธาเวดานานิโรโดเวดานานิโรธานิโรโดตัณหานิปาดันนานิโรโดอุปาดันนานิโรธาภาวะนิโรโดภาวะนิโรธาจาตินิโรโดจาตินิโรธาจารามรณังโสกะปริเดวะทุกขปริเดวะทุกขโดมนัสสุปยัสสะนิรุจันติเอวะเมตัสสะเกวะดัสสะทุกขขันธัสสะนิโรโดโหติยะดาหะเวปะตุบะอัฏฐาปิโนจายาโตบรมานัสสะวิดุปายังติฏฐาติมาราเสนังสุริโยวะโอบาเสยามันตาดิกันติKhanda Parita turn to very first page 打开第一页啊，最前面的第一页วิรูปะเกหิเมเมตังเมตังเอราปะเตหิชาเบียปุเตหิเมเมตังเมตังกันหาโกตมะเกหิชาอาปาดาเกหิเมเมตังเมตังดิปาดาเกหิเมจาตุปาเดหิเมเมตังเมตังบาหุปาเดหิเมมามังอาปาดาโกหิงสีมามังหิงสีดิปาดาโกมาโมมามังจาตุปาโดหิงสีมามังหิงสีบาหุปาโดสัพเพสัตตาสัพเพปานาสัพเพบุตตาชาเกวาลาสัพเพนิปัสสันตุมากินจิปะปะมะกัมมังอัปปมันโนบุตโธอัปปมันโนธัมโมอัปปมันโนสังโฆปามานาวันตานิสิริสาปานิปานิอาหิเวจิกาสัตตปาดิอุณานาบิสารบุมุสิกาคาตเมราคาคาตเมปริตาปฏิกามันตุบุตานิโสหังนัมโสหังนัมโมภะคะวะโต Namo Satanang Sama Sambuddhanang. Okay, transfer merit, turn to the very last page. 打开那一页啊。Idang me yati nang hotu sukita hontu yatayo. Idang me yati nang hotu sukita hontu yatayo. Idang me hotu sukita hontu yatayo. Ita wata cha ammehi sampadang punya sampadang. Sappe dewa, sappe buddha, sappe satta anumodantu, sabba sampati siddhya, akasata cha bummata, dewa naga mahidika, punyatang anumoditva, cirang rakhantu sasanang, cirang rakhantu desasanang, cirang rakhantu mang parang. Imaya dhammanu dhammapatipatiya buddhang pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhammapatipatiya dhammang pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhammapatipatiya sanghang pujemi. Dhammanu dhammapatipatiya mata pitaro pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhammapatipatiya acariye pujemi. Ada imaya patipadaya cara maranama parimoce sami. Idang me punyang asawa kaya wahang hotu. Idang me punyang chayo hotu. Sabe sata sukita hontu. Sadhu Sadhu, sadhu arahang samma sambuddho arahang samma sambuddho bhagava buddhang bhagavantang abhivademi. Swakato bhagavata dhammo dhammang namasami. Supatipanno bhagavato sang namami. Arahang samma sambuddho bhagava buddhang bhagavantang abhivademi. Swakato bhagavata dhammo dhammang namasami. Supatipanno bhagavato sawaka sangho sanghang namami. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato ระหะโตสัพพะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะอิติปิอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธวิจาจารณะสัมปันโนสุขโตโลกวิดูอนุทธาโรปุริสดัมมาสารถิสัทธาเดวามนุสานังบุตโธภควตินาทิเมสารนังอัญญังบุตตรนังวรังเอเตนะสัจวาเจนะวัตยังสัทธุสัสสะเนบุดังเมวันธมาเนนะยังปุญญังปัสสุดังอิดาสเบปิอันตรายาเมมเหสุงตัสสะเตจัสสะสวากขาโตภะคะวะตาธัมโมสันนิติโกอาคาลิโกเอหิปัสสิโกโอปานายิโกปัจจตังเวดิตาโบเวทินาทิเมสารนังอัญญังธัมโมเมสารนังวรังเอเตนะสัจวาเจนะวัตยังสัทธุสัสสะเนมังเมวันธมาเนนะยังปุญญังปัสสุดังอิดาสเบปิอันตรายาเมมเหสุงตัสสะเตจัสสะสุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอุจุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆญาปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆสามิจิปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆยาลิปุริสโยกานิอัตถาปุริสปุกกะลาเอสาภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอาหุเนโยปาหุเนโยดากิเนโยอัญจาลิการเนโยอนุทธารังปุญญาเคตังโลกาสัตตินาทิเมสารนังอัญญังสังโฆเมสารนังวรังเอเตนะสัจวาเจนะวัตยังสัทธุสัสสะเนขังเมวันธมาเนนะยังปุญญังปะเบปิอันตรายาเมมเหสุงตัสสะเตจัสสะAsking for forgiveness 37 page 37页 Kayena waca caya wacetasa wa buteku kamang pakatang mayanyang Buddho patikanantu acayantang karantare sangwaritong wa Buddhe. Whatever bad karma I have done to the Buddha by body, by speech or by mind, may the Buddha accept my admission of it, so that in the future I may show restraint to it for我所造的任何恶业，请求佛容受及原谅一切过失，于未来对于佛，我将会更加谨慎。Kayena wacaya wacetasa wa dhamma wacetasa wa dhammeku kamang pakantang mayanyang Dhammo patikanantu acayantang karantare sangwaritong wa dhamme. Whatever bad karma I have done to the Dhamma by body, by speech or by mind, may the Dhamma accept my admission of it, so that in the future I may show restraint to the Dhamma. 从我的身口意对于任何恶业，请求法容受及原谅一切过失，于未来对于法，我将会更加谨慎。Kayena wacaya wacetasa wa sangkeku kamko patikanantu acayantang Karantare sangwaritong wa sanghe. Whatever bad karma I have done to the Sangha by body, by speech or by mind, may the Sangha accept my admission of it. May the Sangha accept my admission of it, so that in the future I may show restraint towards the Sangha. 从我的身口意对于身我所造的任何恶业，请求生容受及原谅一切过失，于未来对于身，我将会更加谨慎。By this practice of the Dhamma, I pay homage to the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. Surely by this practice, I will be free from both old age, sickness and death. 以此修行敬佛法身，肯定的依此修习，我将脱离生老病死。The Tathagata's last words， 如来最后的话。Monks, let me now address you. Conditioned phenomena are subject to disintegration. Therefore, strive on with diligence. Vaya Dhamma Sankhara Appamadena Sampadeta. This was the Tathagata's last words. 世尊向诸比丘说：“诸比丘，我跟你们说，诸行是，因此应当精进的奋斗到成就。”这是如来的最后的话。Radiating Metta 慈爱。Sabbe Sata Sabbe Bana Sabbe Bhuta Sabbe Pugala Sabbe Athabhava Pariyapana Sabba Itiyo Sabbe Purisa Sabbe Ariya Sabbe Anariya Dewa Sabbe Manusa Sabbe Vinipatika Avera Hontu Abhyapacha Hontu Anika Hona Hontu Sukhiyatanang Pariharantu Dukkha Muchantu ยะถาลาดาสัมปติโตมาวิกาชันตุกัมมาสักขะติมายาดิสายาปัจฉิมายาดิสายาอุตตรายาดิสายาดาคินายาดิสายาปุราติมายิมายาอนุดิสายาอุตตรายาอนุดิสายาดาคินายาอนุดิสายาเหติมายาดิสายาอุปาริมายาดิสายาอุปาริมายาดิสายาสัพเพสัตตาสัพเพปันนาสัพเพบุตตาสัพเพปุกลาสัพเพอัตตบาวะปริยาปโรสัพเพปุริสาสัพเพอริยาสัพเพอนาริยาสัพเพเทวาสัพเพมนุสาสัพเพวินิปาติกาอเวราหนตุอภิยาปัจจาหนตุอนิกาหนตุสุขิอาตานังปริหารันตุดุขามุชันตุอัฏฐาลาดาสัมปติโตมาวิกาชันตุกัมมาสักขะอุดังยาวะบาวะกัจฉาอโดยาวะอวิจิโตสมันตาชัคควะเลสุเยสัตตาปัทวิชาราอภิยาปัจจานิเวราชานิดุขาชานุปาดาวาอุดังยาวะบาวะกัจฉาอโดยาวะอวิจิโตสมันตาชัคควะเลสุตาเกชาราอภิยาปัจจานิเวรชานิดุขาชานุปาดาวาอุดังยาวะบาวะกัจฉาอโดยาวะอวิจิโตสมันตาชัคควะเลสุเยตาสิชาราอภิยาปัจจานิเวราชานิดุขาชานุปาดาวา Sharing of merits. Through the goodness that arises from my practice, may my spiritual teachers of great virtue, my mother, my father and relatives, the sun and the moon, and all virtuous leaders of the world, may the highest gods and evil forces, celestial beings, guardian spirit of the earth, and the Lord of death, may those who are friendly, indifferent or hostile, may all beings receive the blessings of my practice. May they soon attain the threefold bliss and realize the deathless. Through the goodness that arises from my practice, and through this act of sharing, may all desires, attachment, and all harmful states of the mind quickly cease, until I realize Nibbana in every kind of birth. May I have an upright mind with mindfulness and wisdom, austerity and vigor. May the forces of delusion not take hold, nor weaken my resolve. The Buddha is my excellent refuge. The Dhamma is my noble guide. The Sangha is my supreme support. Through the supreme power of all this, may darkness and delusion be dispelled. 给师长们、父母亲及一切亲属、人类、梵天、第四天、摩罗、诸天神众以及护法神， 阎罗及一切人类，冤亲债主或不相识的人，愿他们都得到和平与安乐，并带来吉祥与幸福，圆满这三种乐：现世乐、来生乐及涅盘乐，直到圆正于涅盘。愿以此功德回向给一切众生，愿在每一生每一世以殊胜的正念及智慧，无比的精进，铲除一切的烦恼，断除无明及爱欲。佛陀是我业的归依处，佛法是我至上的归依处，僧伽是我殊胜的归依处，正等正觉者是永生的归依，以降伏无意自证最高智慧，以宣示无上的是圣地。我愿礼敬摧伏众魔君的十方诸佛，愿以此真实语普愿众魔幻皆消失，愿我往生的亲戚获得我们回向的功德，愿他们离苦得乐。Patthana aspiration. Imina punya kamena mame bala samagamo satang samagamo hotu yawaliban. The merits of this good deed. May I never be with bad company. May I always meet the wise and spiritual friends until the nibbana is attained. 以此善行的功德，愿我永不结交损友，愿我常遇到有智慧的精神益友，愿我常遇到有智慧的精神益友，直到证悟涅槃。萨埵萨埵萨埵阿拉罕萨玛萨布陀帕嘎瓦布当巴嘎文当阿比瓦德米。Swaha kato bhagavata dhammo namasami. Supatipanno bhagavato sāvaka saṅkho saṅkhaṃ namami. So, our retreat today for this time will focus on 4 foundations of mindfulness. And for a practitioner, a Dhamma practitioner, we all understand it is important to cultivate mindfulness, sati. But how can we develop or cultivate mindfulness? There are 4 objects, or there are 4 foundations for a practitioner yogis to develop the mindfulness. What are the 4? First one, body. Kaya nupassana sati patthana. The second one, feelings. Vedana nupassana sati patthana. The third one, mind, or different mental states. Anger state of mind, greed state of the mind, and so on. We call citta nupassana sati patthana. And the 4th, dhamma nupassana sati patthana. Therefore, there are 4 foundations for a practitioner yogi to develop mindfulness. So please repeat after me. Body, feelings, mind, and Dhamma. Okay, so remember this 4. And these 4 are always with us. Right? The body is always with us. The body is always with us. The feeling is always with us. We have pleasant feeling, unpleasant feeling, neither pleasant nor unpleasant feeling. And different state of the mind is always with us. For example, restless mind, slow and torpor and so on. It's always with us. Occasionally with us. So when they arise in your mind, you must call your mindfulness, sati, to be aware of them. This is the practice. When the body, whatever sensation they arise in the body, or the different feelings that arise in the body, and different states of the mind that arise in the body, or Dhamma that arise, you must call upon your mindfulness, your sati, to be just aware of their arising. This is the practice. Okay? And for today, since it's the first day, so we start with Kaya Nupassana Satipatthana, contemplation of the body. Why we start with the contemplation? More gross compared with feelings and mind. Body is very gross. So to start with, we start with the gross type of object rather than the subtle one. Okay. So under body contemplation, there are several objects. The first one is anapanasati, mindfulness of in-breath and out-breath. So today I'm going to share with you how to practice mindfulness of in-breath and out-breath. In Pali, we call anapan out-breath. In Pali, we call anapanasati. You must know what type of meditation you are meditate upon. Otherwise, when people ask you, what type of meditation you practice, you say, don't know. That is true. You are not clear about what you are doing at this moment. Okay? So, what is this practice? Anapanasati. Okay, please repeat. Okay, sati. Sati is mindfulness. Anapana means in-breath. Anapana means in-breath and out-breath. So this practice call upon mindfulness on in-breath and out-breath. So let us understand sati first. What is the meaning of sati? Bare awareness without reaction. For example, you are breathing in and breathing out. Sometimes your breath is long, sometimes your breath is short. And your mindfulness you pay bare awareness on the breath without reacting to the breath. Without let your mind liking or rejecting the breath. Just pay bare awareness, just knowing without any reaction of your mind. This is called sati. Okay? So the method is very easy. Just know you are breathing in, breathing out. And without grasping the breath as I, myself. Not grasping bare awareness on the breath. Okay, so how to start with? Any beginners here? Please pull up your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay. First, I would like to talk a little bit about posture. Okay. Even you are an advanced meditator, you also have to be mindful about some posture. So to sit with, I would like to encourage you not to cross leg. Just sit, put the to cross leg. Just sit, put the leg flat on the floor. Basil, can you demonstrate? So no need to cross leg. This posture, no need to cross your leg. This posture can last you for long time. But I want to remind you, for the first sitting, you sit in this way. Second sitting, you change leg. One leg in the first sitting, one leg outside. Second sitting, the outside leg put inside. So to balance your spine. Okay? Last time I don't change my leg, so I got spine problem. So I don't want you to repeat the same mistake we have done. So every sitting, change your leg. Don't hold the same posture throughout your retreat. Okay? Okay. But if you want to cross leg, also no problem. If you are used to cross leg, you can sit cross leg, but second sitting, change leg. Okay? This is the posture. And sit straight. Then tilt down a little bit your... Sit straight. Then tilt down a little bit your chin. Don't look up. Tilt down a little bit your chin. Using your eye, look at the tip of the nose. This is the correct posture. And don't tense up the shoulder. Relax the shoulder. Don't tense up the shoulder. Your mind. Don't tense up your mind. Relax your mind and yet alert. Not relax until you fall asleep. Okay? Relax and yet alert. This is the key for success. Okay. Then, once you have finished, keep your awareness, your attention under the nostril. Then, aware of the in-breath and out-breath. We are breathing all the times, right? So just keep your attention under the nostril or in front of your face, around the nose. For somebody, if they put too close attention under the nostril, it causes tension because the object is too subtle, too small. So it causes the mind to be very focused. That causes tension after some times. Therefore, if you have this problem, always tense up while practicing anapanasati, try to avoid paying too tiny spot. Try to avoid paying too tiny spot. Awareness in front of the face, larger area. That can reduce your tension. Okay? Then close your eye, mindfully breathing in, breathing out. I would like to suggest you to count the breath. Even though you are advanced meditator, because today is the first day, you come from the busy world. In order to calm down your mind, please count your breath. Counting the breath is an effect. So you count, breathing in, breathing out 1. Count up to 5 enough. Count up to it too long. Okay? Breathing in, breathing out 2. Breathing in, breathing out 3. Breathing in, breathing out 4. Breathing in, breathing out 4. Breathing in, breathing out 5. Enough. Then go back to 1 again. Sometimes when you count breathing in, breathing out 1 up to 3, then you forget the next number. This means that your mind is restless. Then it's a reminder for you that your mind is very restless. You forget the number. Then when you know your mind is restless, this is mindfulness already. Then you can quickly go back to your breath. So without counting, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out, your mind wander off. You still don't know. Your mind is restless. But by counting, when you cannot catch up with the number, then you know your mind is restless. So it's a reminder for you. At that time, you should quickly go back to your breath in order to stay with the breath. This is a benefit. Remind you your state of the mind, whether you are focused or you are restless. Okay, so please start with counting. Then this one, the first thing you should do. Second thing you should do is your mind, the observing, your mind, the observing mind, or your mindfulness. The observing mind accompanied with mindfulness must be very relaxed on the breath. Very relaxed and yet alert on the breath. For most meditators, especially beginners, including the old meditator, almost everybody has the tendency to focus too strongly on the breath. This is the failure. This is the failure. Why yogis has the tendency to focus too strong on the breath? Because first, they don't want the mind to be restless. So they put a lot of effort to focus on the breath. Which for temporary is okay, but not for long run. You should always check your mind. Is it too tense or not? Avoid tense up. Avoid your mind. Avoid tense mind. Okay? Just keep the ordinary awareness or keen awareness on the breath. Then mentally say, breathing in, breathing out 1, breathing in, breathing out 2, count up to 5. Okay, I will stop for a while for the interpreter to share to share in Chinese. 好 Then after that, when you are able to be mindful, when you are able times, then some sensation may arise in the body. The pain, the itchiness, stiffness, and so on. Since the first few days, we will focus on concentrated practice, samatha, attention to the sensation that arise in the body. Okay, so what I mean is when you are mindful of your breath, there are some sensation or some thoughts, thinking, planning that arise, you know, but you don't go after it. Always be mindful of your breath. You know the breath, but come back to the breath. You know your shoulder is painful, but you don't pay attention. For the first 2 days. After that, I will shift you to how to contemplate the feeling. But for the first day, try to learn to ignore whatever arises in the body except your breath. You only have single object of in-breath and out-breath. Learn this one. So when we practice samatha for the first day, second day, we practice pure samatha, pure concentration, apart from in-breath and out-breath. In-breath and out-breath, we will not pay attention to other objects. Okay? So try to ignore the pain. When you ignore it, it will not be so painful. But when you pay attention, you pay attention to the pain become more. So try to learn to ignore the pain. So throughout the sitting, continue counting your breath until the end of sitting. And do not pay attention to other objects. For walking meditation, other objects. For walking meditation, it's the same thing. For beginners, I would like to recommend you to synchronize your step with the breath. For example, when you're standing, then you pay attention to one step, go out, right step, then you breathe in, or in breath. Then another step, out breath. In breath, out breath. Don't focus on your step, but focus on your breath. Mentally, you synchronize your breath with the in breath, out breath. Okay? So during walking meditation, you may not be able to discern the breath as clear as sitting meditation. This is normal because the body is moving. As long as your mind can anchor on the breath without knowing clearly the breath is enough. Otherwise, your mind will be restless, thinking this, thinking that. Okay? And for the success of the practice, there's one important point. Constant mindfulness on the breath throughout the day is the key to success. This means that from the very moment you get up from your bed, before you get up, the more remind yourself to be mindful of your breath. Then on the bed, you count, breathing in, breathing out 1, breathing in, breathing out 2. Then start to get up. So when you go to the washroom, also try to focus on your breath. To the washroom, also try to focus on your breath. When you go to dining hall, try to focus on your breath. When you are eating, also try to focus on your breath. And whatever you do until you fall asleep at night, if you are able to be mindful of gap, then within few days, you will make fast progress. This is very important one. Through our own practice, we know what is the faster way for making progress. So if you are mindful all the time on the breath, you have no time to talk to people, right? Therefore, in this retreat, we emphasize on silence, so that you have time to be mindful on your breath throughout the day. Always asking yourself, am I mindful of my breath or not? To remind you. Or while walking or doing other chores, you can count your breath as well. For example, from meditation hall, you walk to the dining hall, you count, breathing in, breathing out 1. So sometimes you catch up with the number, you forget the number. This means that the mind is not mindful already. It's a reminder for you. You are not mindful. So continue count again. Okay? Even I am advanced meditator, in order to stop my mind from restless, I also count my breath. Okay? Sorry. And so I would like to encourage you within a sitting not to change your posture. Because if your mind is constantly aware of your breath, the pain will not manifest. But if it's so painful until you cannot bear, your mind cannot concentrate on the breath anymore because too strong sensation that arise in the body, then you can slowly change your posture. Otherwise, try to sit through the whole sitting. No pain, no gain. Okay? To endure the pain is a necessary step. No one can avoid it. And lastly, I wish everybody to practice with happy mind. In order to make progress in the concentration practice, happy mind is very important. Because happiness produces concentration. Therefore, sometimes you should arouse your happiness by reflecting, how lucky am I? I have this opportunity to come here and everybody serve me, right? People cook for me, arrange everything for me. I don't have to do anything. Only few 40 minutes chores as a service you offer to the center. Everybody, the workers will help you. So how lucky you are, be able to come here to practice intensively the precious teaching of the Buddha. So sometimes you should recollect how lucky you are. To arouse, recollect how lucky you are. To arouse some happiness and joy, so that your mind can concentrate better. And also try to be mindful of your complaint mind. Complain this and complain that. Instead, try to be more appreciative, more 感恩, more appreciative to what others have provided to you to practice continuously for 10 days. Therefore, you must be able to deal your own mental state. Whatever complaint that arise, anger, dissatisfaction, discontent that arise in you, try to ignore them or transform your mind to a better state of the mind. Otherwise, your meditation will not progress. Try to remember one thing. There is no external enemy. The only enemy you have is your own defilement. So, in this retreat, please don't find fault in others, but try to be more appreciative to what others have done for you. Okay? Okay, so and lastly, when you come into the meditation hall, through our many years experience, when you come into a meditation hall, most people lack of mindfulness. For example, shutting the door very loudly. You can imagine if people come late, everybody shut the door very loud. So the moment you want to enter this meditation hall, try to be very mindful. Slow down your pace. You're moving the door very slowly, slow motion. Open also slow motion. Many times in a day. Let it open. If in the afternoon, we can let the door open. Only in the evening, we close the mosquito net door. Otherwise, let it open. If not, so many people come in and out. It creates so much noise that become disturbing. Any question about the practice? Okay, how to keep a person awake? Because slow and torpor is one of the 5 hindrances, especially for the first day. I'm going to deal this one tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to deal how to overcome your 5 hindrances. But since you asked today, I will talk a little bit. For the first day, there are 3 enemies. For the first day, second day, third day, there are 3 enemies will follow you. Okay? The first is restlessness. The third is pain. These 3, no one can avoid. Unless you practice, you have daily practice. Practice 3 hours in a day before you come. Otherwise, you have to face these 3 for the first challenging. Okay, so how to overcome the sleepiness? The first one, we must understand what causes sleepiness. So what causes sleepiness? First is overeating. Alright? So lunchtime, so don't overeating. But don't eat too less that you feel hungry at night. Middle path. Middle way. So first, you must avoid overeating. Secondly, you must avoid overeating. Secondly, you must have good sleep at night. If at night you cannot sleep well, then it will cause a lot of sleepiness. The third, after lunch, unless you have chores, please go and sleep. You must sleep after lunch, at least 20 minutes. If you don't sleep after lunch, the next sitting, lots of sleepiness. Because for today maybe not so sleepy, but for tomorrow we got to get up very early. So since we have to get up very early, then lunch we need to take a nap to recover the energy. Okay, and if you can, all this are fulfilled. You can sleep well, and eat less. And also, fourthly, you must have interest on your breath. If you are not interested on the breath, soon you get sleepy. However, if sleepiness arises in you, you must tomorrow. But today I will teach you some first. If your mindfulness is sharp, the moment you feel sleepy, the moment you feel that your mindfulness lose the object of the breath. And since your mindfulness is so sharp and keen, you know it is sleepiness. Your mind started to become dull. So mindfulness know sleepiness creeps in. So directly look at that dullness of the mind. Directly aware of it. Take it as an object of your directly aware of it. Take it as an object of your observation. Put aside the breath first, then look at this sleepiness. Just like you look at one object. Look at it, then if your mindfulness is sharp, then the sleep directly, immediately. You learn this technique. I have shared this technique for many people, and many people can do it well. And so many people don't know that the sleepiness also can be observed in this way. Secondly, if this way of overcoming sleepiness need sharp mindfulness. You don't wait until you nod your head like that, only you start to aware. It's too late already. Your mindfulness must quick. The moment your mind lose the breath and down and lose the breath, you must know this is sleepiness. You must recognize it first before you can take action. Okay, don't wait until your body sway and nodding your head, only you start to know that it cannot cure the sleepiness by nod. At the time, you can stand up, do standing meditation. Especially when you sit in the middle, while doing standing meditation aware of your breath, you also afraid. If you fall asleep, you will fall down, and you're also afraid. If you fall asleep, you will fall down and bang to other people. Because of this conscious, you will keep your mind alert. Otherwise, you bang other people, the whole meditation hall, the whole yogi will open the eyes and look at you. It's very shameful, right? Your mind will be alert. So when you are too sleepy, please stand up and do standing meditation on your cushion or beside the cushion on the floor. Do standing meditation. I never see people fall down during standing meditation. So try this one. Try this more effective way. Okay? Okay, any question? Yes? 什么盖？钓举啊，钓举盖啊，钓举用数的方法是最好的，数从1数到5，一直要数这对治钓举最好的方法。吸呼1，吸呼2，吸呼3，吸呼4，吸呼5，一直数到啊，你就因为你在忙着在数嘛，你就不会想其他事情了。Okay, any other question? Yes. Mm. Mm. Okay. Mm. So when you count, it's a consciousness, but not fully go to the pain, right? Yes, partially is okay. It's a correct way. Yes. Yes, correct. You will not be hurt. You will not be hurt. You will not be hurt. But if you want, you can sit on the chair. You know, sitting on the chair is the best way to overcome those who have too much pain. In USA, because most of the American choose to sit on a chair, so they can avoid pain. So for the young people, you have to learn to deal with pain. But for old people, I would like to encourage you to sit on a chair. So I would like to encourage you to sit on a chair. So in a day, you can 2-3 sitting, try on a chair, 2-3 sitting, try on the floor. Okay? So it's advisable. It's very common if you cannot sleep in the morning. Let's say 2 o'clock you get up. And don't be worried about unable to sleep or wake up too early. You should take this opportunity to strive continuously. Most successful level of attainment because they sit through the night. Okay? Okay, so while waiting for the list of the donor today, let us start meditate first. Okay, I will give meditation. Okay, sit properly. If you wear glasses, remove your glasses. Okay, then make your body straight. Make your body straight. Don't bend the body. Let us relax the body first. Keep your attention on top of the head. Then say relax. Forehead, 额头 cheek 双颊两个脸部放松 relax， 下巴放松 relax， neck 颈项放松 relax， 颈项放松 relax， 肩膀放松 relax， the eyebrow make sure that your facial expression is relaxed. 肩膀放松，背部 back 放松，前胸放松 ，abdomen 放松，腰部放松。Lower abdomen 放松，双背 both arms 放松，双手 hands 放松， Your buttock 臀部放松，两只大腿。Your leg 放松 ，Your thigh 放松，小腿放松，脚两只脚放松，左脚的5个脚趾放松 ，The toes relax。Okay, 告诉自己 tell yourself the whole body relax. The mind also tell yourself to relax your mind. 告诉自己心也要放松。告诉自己心也要放松。然后现在呢 ，pay your attention to your breath in front of your face or under the nostril. Mindfully breathe in, mindfully breathe out. 把注意 mindfully breathe out. 把注意力放在你的鼻孔下面，或者是鼻孔的周围。然后告诉自己，入息、出息，或者吸、呼 ，in breath 吸、呼 ，in breath out breath, or breathing in, breathing out. Then count the breath. Breathing in, breathing out. 1. Breathing in, breathing out. 2. Breathing in, breathing out. 3. Breathing in, breathing out. 4. Breathing in, breathing out. 5. Go back to 1 again. If you can follow the mind is concentrating. If you cannot, if you lose the number, it means that your mind is restless. Lastly, I want to remind you is that in the retreat, we are not only cultivating concentration. We also try to cultivate the good qualities of the mind. We need patience. Then we need metta. So to develop, cultivate the good quality of mind, you need patience. You need practitioner. And you need gratitude and also respect. Respect to the teacher, respect to the work helpers, and respect to the Dhamma. Okay? And also the service you offer is one of the service you offer is to support your own meditation. Cultivate or cannot achieve good concentration, but you can cultivate other good qualities of mind. Okay, so today, I'd like to share with you Dhamma-nupassana Satipatthana, contemplation on Dhamma. Yesterday, we have mentioned there are four ways or four foundations or four subjects to establish your mindfulness, sati, right? What are the four? Body, feelings, mind, or different states of mind. Then the Dhamma. And this mindfulness of breathing, which is under Kaya Nupassana Satipatthana, under contemplation of body. And today, I would like to share with you one under contemplation of Dhamma. There are several. One is contemplation on 5 hindrances. Why I go to contemplation on Dhamma so fast? Because dealing with 5 hindrances skillfully is the key to success. It's the key to success. Therefore, I purposely choose this topic to talk with you. Okay. So, first of all, what is the 5 hindrances? First one, Kama Chanda Nivarana, sensual desire. You have to remember these 5. If you are unable to overcome these 5, you are unable to make progress, either in concentration or in insight meditation. So please remember these 5. First is sensual desire. Kamachanda Nivarana. Second, ill will, Vyabhada Nivarana. The third, sloth and torpor. Thina Mida Nivarana. Number 4, restless and remorse. Udacha Kukucha. And the 5th, doubt, Vichikicha. So please repeat this 5 first. Sensual desire. Second, third, 4th, doubt. Okay. And Buddha say, if you do not recognize when these hindrances arise in you, then you are mismeditating. This is very important statement. So when the hindrances arise in you and you do not know, then you are mismeditating. So from what Buddha say, it's so important to recognize or to be mindful, to recognize or to be mindful or to know when this one of these 5 hindrances arise in your mind when you are meditating. If you do not know, it means that you have no mindfulness. You do not know this present moment. When you have no mindfulness, how are you going to overcome the hindrances? Even the arising is not. Even you don't even know the arising. How are you going to remove it? Right? The 5 hindrances, you are mismeditating. Okay. And why are the 5 hindrances? Why 5 hindrances are introduced under the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana? Satipatthana. Because of their importance. Why are they so important? Because the 5 hindrances, when they arise, they hinder or obstruct your concentration as well as your concentration as well as your wisdom. Therefore, it is very important for a yogi to deal with hindrances skillfully. Concentration and wisdom is impossible. Okay? And if we can deal with 5 hindrances skillfully, then we are on the other way. If we do not recognize them, then making progress is become difficult. I would like to quote one example from Anguttara Nikaya that is experienced by Anuruddha. We all know Anuruddha is famous in divine eyes, foremost in divine eyes. But before he became Arahant, he encountered a problem in his practice. Therefore, he consulted Venerable Sariputta. And he said to Venerable Sariputta, he said, Venerable Sir, with divine eyes, which is purified and surpassed the human, I survey 1,000 world system. Because Venerable Anuruddha is very famous for his Vibhachaku. He can see 1,000 world system. That's why he declared psychic power to Venerable Sariputta. Then he said again, the energy is aroused in me without slackening. My mindfulness is well established. And my mind is concentrated and one-pointed. However, my mind is still not liberated from the taint through non-clinging. Or another word is I can see 1,000-world system, and my energy is aroused. My mindfulness is well established, and my mind is so concentrated, and yet I cannot see Nibbana. The meaning is that, and yet I cannot achieve the highest goal. And Venerable Sariputta's advice helped him to break through and to realize the final goal. So pay attention to Venerable Sariputta's advice. Venerable Sariputta said, that's advice. Venerable Sariputta said, Anuruddha, friend, when you think your divine eyes, which is purified and surpassed the human, and can see 1,000-world system. Anuruddha, this is your conceit. This is your pride, your conceit. Sometimes when you say that my concentration is so good, and you don't even know, this is your conceit. Right? So he cannot recognize the refinement which is arising at that moment. Okay. Then Venerable Sariputta say again, when you say that your energy is aroused without slackening, and when you say your mind concentrated and one-pointed, when you say that, in fact, this is your restlessness. When your mind is fully concentrated, you do not know anything. And yet you still think, my energy is so good, my mindfulness is well. When your mind is fully concentrated, you do not know anything. And yet you still think, my energy is so good, my mindfulness is well established, my mind is so concentrated. In fact, this is restless. Understand? We don't even know this restless. Good, my energy is aroused. My mindfulness is well established. To the eyes of Venerable Sariputta, this is just restlessness. Okay, the last advice. And you say that even though I have all this energy, mine is not liberated from taint through non-clinging. I cannot see the deathless Nibbana. And Venerable Sariputta said, this is your what? What hindrance? If you are able to know, then you are able to assess your own. How can it be sensual desire? This is your worry. You worry. I cannot achieve Nibbana. Or you worry, I cannot achieve concentration. Oh, I cannot see the light. So you keep on worrying. I cannot achieve Nibbana. Or you worry, I cannot achieve concentration. Oh, I cannot see the light. So you keep on worrying. And yet you do not know this is the hindrances that precisely hinder your process, your progress. Not whether I can make progress in my concentration or not. And you can make progress. But because you are worried, I cannot make progress, I cannot see the light, or I cannot sit 1 hour, or the pain will kill me. Then because of that worry, that it becomes the obstacle. It becomes your progress. Therefore, as a smart practitioner, you must have keen awareness, keen mindfulness to know what is happening in your mind. You worry, I cannot sleep at night. Worry, I got gastric in the evening. All this worry is the hindrances. If you cannot overcome, you are not going to make progress. So, first of all, as a yogi, your task is to recognize what are the hindrances that arise in your mind. Okay? As I say, without remove the 5 hindrances, making progress is impossible. And Venerable Sariputta said, it will be good if you would abandon these 3 qualities, these 3 unwholesome qualities. What are the 3? First is conceit. Second, restlessness. Third, worry. If you can abandon these 3 qualities and stop attending to them, don't think about it. Don't think about I will be hungry at night, or I cannot sleep at night, or I only sleep 4 hours. Usually I sleep 7 hours. Now I only sleep 4 hours. I have to do work, chores. So much worry and restless. How are you going to make progress? So don't attend to these hindrances. Okay? If I don't move, I will be injured. This worry. So if this thought arises in you, if I don't move within an hour, my leg will be injured. If such thought arises in you, your mindfulness must be fast and keen enough to tackle. This is what? Worry. Tackle it first. This is worry. Okay, worry is, the worry has a reason in me. This worry is impermanent, and let go of it. Or don't pay attention to it. Like Venerable Sariputta said, stop attending to the hindrances that bother you at this moment. Understand? And then Venerable Sariputta said, direct your mind to the deathless element of Nibbana. So after that, Venerable Anuruddha listened precisely the advice given by Venerable Sariputta, and finally he attained. For you, please check your own hindrances. Which hindrances bother you the most? So the moment it arises at you, it's not there all the time. Hindrances are not in your mind all the time. It is conditioned all the time. It is conditionally reasoned Dhamma. Maybe at this moment it's worry. Another moment, think of food. Then it's sensual desire. Another worry. Another hindrances. So at different times, mind. So you must train yourself to be clear in your mindfulness, to be keen in your mindfulness, so that you can tackle it, know it. Then, if you can, don't attend to it, ignore, don't pay attention to it. Or you are more of it as impermanent, conditionally arising phenomena. It will not last. It will change until it disappeared in your mind. Then your meditation will go smoothly. Understand? Will go smoothly. Understand? This is very important for you. Okay. Therefore, it is essential to have mindfulness, to know what hindrances that arise in your mind at this very moment. From time to time, you must know it. When it arises, try the way to tackle it. The best way is to aware of your mindfulness, hold it, then contemplate. Later on, contemplate it as this also will change. This will pass away. This will go away. Or contemplate it as impermanent, vanishing, and so on. Then it will lift your heart. Contemplation of vanishing, we call it insight. Then you keep on worrying. And gradually you grasp the worry as my worry. The worry belongs to me. Then it takes long time. Since you grasp it, belong to you. Since you grasp it, belong to you. Then, since I belong to you, then I will never leave you. I will go with you, right? Then you will be defeated by your hindrances. Therefore, don't identify the hindrances as I, don't identify the hindrances as I, myself, belong to me as mine. If you identify with it, then it will not leave you. It's your fault because of your identification. Worry yourself or not? Yes or no? No. So since you know it's not yourself, let it go. Let it go. So mentally contemplate it as impermanent, vanishing, not myself. And then it will go away. Okay? Okay, so let us start what Buddha said in this contemplation on hindrances. Before that, let me explain a little bit these 5 hindrances. The first one, sensual desire. Buddha compares sensual desire like heavily in debt. Like you owe somebody money. You are heavily in debt. You owe somebody money. You are heavily in debt. So you are not free as well. No? Then for ill will, Buddha compare ill will or anger as being affected by physical illness. Angry, the body is very sick. And for sloth and torpor, Buddha compare it as imprisoned. Like you are the prisoner and put into the prison. Your mind is imprisoned because and for restless and remorse, Buddha compare it as slavery, slave. When your mind is obsessed by restlessness, you cannot control your mind at all. At that time, you are like a slave. At that time, you are like a slave, being controlled by your boss. No freedom at all. So Buddha compare it as slavery. And for doubt, Buddha compared the doubt as dangerous desert. And when you come dangerous desert, and when you come to the desert, you do not know which way to go because of doubt. Don't know which way to go. Okay, now let us see how Buddha teach this contemplation. He said, there being sensual desire in him, a bhikkhu understands there is sensual desire in me. Or, there being no sensual desire in me, he knows there is no sensual desire in me. And to be the arising of unarisen sensual desire. And how they come to be the abandoning of arisen sensual desire. We start with the first one, kamachanda nivarana, sensual desire first. So there are 3 or 4 steps that you should know. First, Buddha said, there being sensual desire in me. When sensual desire arises in you, Buddha said, a bhikkhu understand the sensual desire arises in me. It's mindfulness. Right? The first step you should do is to recognize the sensual desire is arising in you. Recognize by way of mindfulness. And the second, or there being no sensual desire in me, He knows there's no sensual desire in me. As I said, the five hindrances, including sensual desire, is not there all the time. Because it's dependent on condition, it arises. It's not there all the time. So when it arises, your mindfulness, sati knows it. If you do not know, it means that you have very blunt mindfulness. Your mindfulness is so blurred. You do not know what's happening in your mind. Then how are you going to make progress? Okay? And when this sensual desire has gone from your heart, no more, you also must know. If you do not know, what happened? Okay, let's say if sensual desire arises in your mind, you do not know. Okay, what happened? Please answer. Anyone want to try? What happened? Yes. Then you will be controlled by sensual. Have been controlled by sensual desire. What is the consequences? Action. Correct. You will act because your mind is like slave already, being controlled by it. Then you will act, and this action, can it be good karma or bad karma? Bad karma, because sensual desire is not something good, right? So it is bad karma. So once bad karma performed, every bad karma or good karma, every karma once performed leave behind karmic energy, and that karmic behind karmic energy. And that karmic energy will go after you. To say you is only conventional truth for you to understand. Because in the teaching of the Buddha, there's no you, no I, no me. So that karmic potency, karmic energy will follow that when time ripens, when all conditions are fulfilled, that bad karmic energy will sprout, blossom, become an effect. And this person, to say person is only conventional truth, and this person will suffer. So when we think of the consequences of these five hindrances when they arise, then we should arouse our mindfulness to be aware of it. So this is the first consequences. When you are not aware of the sensual desire, there's a reason in your mind, then you will be controlled consequences. What is the second consequences? What are the other consequences? Speech, just as we have mentioned, all actions will be done. Crave for it more and more. Yes. Crave for it more and more. Yes. You will crave for it more and more. Some more? There are so many bad consequences. Okay, there's another important point. Since you cannot answer, then I know your level of understanding. Sometimes when I ask you a question, I just want to know your level of understanding, right? If we do not know the sensual desire has arisen in us, we will call for it. And the last one, the important one, is we will identify this sensual desire as myself. Right? Unconsciously, almost spontaneously, automatically, spontaneously, we identify this sensual desire as myself, belong to identification view. Precisely because of this view, we cannot achieve stream enterer. Precisely because of this identity view, we cannot become Sotapan. Therefore, we come to practice with the very aim to become Sotapan, right? When we become Sotapan, stream enterer, the gate of four apaya, the gate of four woeful states will be closed permanently. Apaya, the gate of four woeful states will be closed permanently. We will never fall into animal kingdom. We will never fall into beta world, hungry ghost. We will never fall into hell or become asura. We call four woeful state. The gate of four woeful state are shut permanently. Therefore, we should be skillful enough to. So when a sensual desire arises in us, if we don't have mindfulness, then we act upon it. We create unwholesome karma, and then we crave more. We crave for more, and also we identify this sensual desire as myself, as I belong to me. Sensual desire as myself, as I belong to me, and this enhances our identity view again. Okay. Therefore, Buddha, the first step, you should be aware. When sensual desire, you should be aware. When sensual desire arises in you, know it. Who knows it? Okay, when sensual desire arises in you, who knows it? Don't say I, don't say my. This identity view, okay? Who knows it? Who knows it? Sati, yes, mindfulness, my goodness. Sati knows it. Mindfulness must know what's happening at this moment. What's the meaning of sati? Mindfulness is called mindfulness. Okay? So sati know it. If you say I know it, also correct, but in conventional truth. Precise answer is mindfulness knows it. Therefore, we cultivate mindfulness. We develop mindfulness. We develop mindfulness. So mindfulness knows it. And when that desire, sensual desire disappeared in your mind, you also must know it. If you do not know it, what's the consequences? If you do not know it, what's the consequences? If you do not know it, if you do not know sensual desire has disappeared in your mind, then your consciousness will think it is permanent. But when the sensual desire had disappeared in your mind, and you know it, mindfulness know it, it has gone, then you cultivate the perception of impermanent. Oh, you know it is impermanent. It's not lasting. It is not permanent. Thinking accordant with the truth. The perception of impermanent start to harmonize with the truth of impermanence. Therefore, when this sensual desire disappeared in your mind, your mindfulness also must disappeared in your mind. Your mindfulness also must know it. It has gone. It has gone. Then you start to know sensual desire is also impermanent. No need to afraid of it. It's impermanent. So this is important to know when it arises and to know when it is absent. The condition for its arising. I want to stop for a while because I don't know the interpreter will take how long to interpret. If we have time after his interpretation, I will continue. Okay? Yesterday we have talked about hindrances, 5 hindrances. Can you repeat for me these 5? Okay. So we have talked about the first one, sensual desire. So sensual desire about what? You have desire about sensual object. So what is the same we often long for? In Buddha's teaching, there are only 6 sensual objects. Eye, ear is not sensual object. It's the sensual organ. Object, especially because we are living in this sensual world. So, for visible object, the longing for opposite sex is very strong. Women long for men, men long for women, long for the visible opposite sex. So this is one type of sensual object. Second, sound. The sweet words, the sweet words from the opposite sex, or any sweet words that please the ear. Okay, musics please the ear. Okay. Musics, songs, and so on. The third one, fragrance, smell. This one is not so strong in human beings. The next one, taste. Taste, that is very strong. Because taste, that is very strong. Because Buddha says, sabbe satta ahara titika. All beings stand upon the food. When your stomach is well fed, then all the desire for other senses. Therefore, we take it precepts to cut down some of the sensual desire. If you are fed if we feed you 3 meals or 4 meals, no one can meditate well. Because not only long for other sensual objects. Therefore, this is one of the reasons why we come for retreat, we take it precepts. Because when you feel hungry, you are not well fed with the food, the sensual desire for other objects also become less. Okay? Then the fifth one, tangible object. This is also very strong in human beings. For example, the touch with opposite sex, the touch with your son, and the touch with the pets. Some people like to touch the pet and so on. So this sensual touch is strong refinement in human beings. And the last one, mental object. Mental object can be very strong for those who like to daydreaming. Some people, they like to daydreaming. What you cannot fulfill in this pleasant life, you can fulfill dreaming. What you cannot fulfill in this pleasant life, you can fulfill during daydreaming, which is very pleasant sometimes. So this is also one type of sensual object, although it's not sensually but mentally. Okay, so when all this sensual the longing for it, the sensual desire, the desire for this objects arise in the mind, what should you do? I want to repeat a little bit, because the Dharma teaching, the teaching of the Dharma is, we have to repeat it frequently so that it stick. What will you do? What should you do when any desire for sensual object arise in you? The first step, mindfulness. Okay, what is mindfulness? Only awareness is not enough. Pure awareness. Or we call non-reactive type of awareness. Let's say if sensual desire for me, a desire for food arise in me, then if I aware and quickly go and eat, this is not awareness anymore. Because and quickly go and eat, this is not awareness anymore. Because you act upon your desire, right? But for mindfulness, we call it non-reactive type of awareness. You know the desire has arisen in your mind, but you do not react to it. Calm and detached type of observation. Although it can be very strong, but your observing mind must be calm and detached. We are talking about this type of awareness, mindfulness, sati, or nati, or non-reactive and equanimous awareness. Okay, so please understand correctly the meaning of sati, mindfulness. Because mindfulness now is very popular all over the world, especially in the West. They conduct a big conference talking about mindfulness. No wisdom, only mindfulness. Mindfulness is now become so popular all over the world. But I would like to remind you, mindfulness is not the main teaching of the Buddha. The main teaching of the Buddha is samadhi panya. But without mindfulness, there's no wisdom. Mindfulness is the basic, but you only stop at the point of mindfulness. There is never enough. Okay? So in dealing with these 5 hindrances, first we arouse our mindfulness, know the desire for the sensual object, either for visible object, opposite sex, or for taste, or for touch, or for mental object, or for restlessness, or for thinking. When this arises, and yet without react to it. So you hold your mindfulness, observe it with detached manner. When you hold your mindfulness with detached manner, sometimes between that state of sensual desire will go away. But if you hold your mindfulness, observe it with detached manner, and yet that state of desire remains, it does not vanish or it does not pass away, then you further apply wisdom, or you pay wise attention, direct your mind to see its vanishing. So you direct your mind and tell, mentally say, vanishing, tell, mentally say, vanishing, vanishing, or impermanent, impermanent, passing away, passing away. When you direct your mind to see its vanishing, then quickly you will see its vanishing. And when it passes away, then Buddha sensual desire in me. So when this sensual desire passes away, then he knows there is no more sensual desire in me. Yesterday I have mentioned, if that sensual desire passes away and yet you do not know, it means that it's away and yet you do not know. It means that you have no mindfulness. Secondly, you will think that sensual desire is permanent, because you do not recognize that it has gone. So when you recognize that it has gone, it enhances your perception of impermanence, which is very important in the path to liberation. Okay? So when it arises, you know. When it passes away, you also must know. Now it has gone, then mentally note impermanent, impermanent, or gone, gone. And they also know how there comes to be the arising of unarisen sensual desire. This, knowing the condition for the arising of sensual desire. As we say, sensual desire is not yourself. It's just all conditioned dharma arises. All conditioned dharma arise due to causes, due to conditions. So as a practitioner, we must know the conditions for its arising. So as a practitioner, we not only cultivate mindfulness. No, not enough. You must also investigate what are the conditions causing the arising of that sensual desires. Sensual desires. If you can clearly recognize the condition for the arising of sensual desire, it leads to acknowledgement of general pattern of its arising. Let's say a man, always when whenever his eyes come to contact with beautiful woman, then sensual desire arises in him. So every time his eye come to contact with beautiful woman, sensual desire arises in him. Sometimes mindfulness cannot be so strong. You cannot arouse your mindfulness, investigate. What is the condition? Why every time when my eye come to contact with beautiful woman, the sensual desire arises in me? You've got to investigate yourself. Therefore, if you can recognize, you can recognize the condition for, because you will know that you will note the same pattern of its arising. Once you know it's the same pattern or general pattern of its arising, then you can cure it. You can remove that general. So why when a man's eye come to contact with beautiful woman, that every time the sensual desire arises in him? I think we have to ask men. Why? My nature. Why? My nature. Very honest answer. I think by nature, yes. Therefore they are men, right? First is by nature, because by nature means that the men have, we call, how to call? Is that the men have, we call, how to call? Latent tendency of desire for opposite sex. This is called by nature, because all men, unless you are anagami, you have this latent desire for sensual desire for opposite sex. This is called by nature. But second, if we also can overcome it, right? If by nature, then nobody can become bhikkhu already. So we can overcome it, right? So there's another condition. One is because by nature, because we have latent tendency. There's another reason, because we always pay attention to the beauty of that object. We always have the perception of beauty of that woman. We always have the perception of beauty of that woman. This object is very beautiful, very pleasant. So if I can get it, it will be great, right? So this way of perceiving things that cause the arising of the tendency, latent tendency, we cannot change, right? We cannot do unless we become anagami. But to change our perception, to perceive it, we can change our perception. Instead of perceive it as beautiful, we can perceive it as. Therefore, in the teaching of the Buddha, we have two types of meditation that helps to remove the perception of beauty in opposite sex. One is 32 parts of the body. You analyze the body from top of the head, hair, body hair, nail, teeth, skin, flesh, and all the organ inside, and all the like saliva, all the watery things, saliva, pus, urine, phlegm, bile, and so on, pure part of the body, then it helps to remove the perception of beauty in opposite sex. Let's say you take the beautiful woman, then you don't see her face, then you analyze his head hair, body hair, his heart, then you analyze his head hair, body hair, his heart, his urine, his feces, his stomach, content of stomach, then his saliva, and her snot, and so on, and her snot, and so on. One by one, when you analyze in this way, then the perception of beauty will be removed, and the perception of repulsiveness will become clear in your mind. Then you lose your sensual desire for her. Same. If you have sensual desire for men, also you do the same thing. Therefore, you must recognize the condition for the arising of the sensual desire, because you constantly pay attention to beauty, beautiful, pleasant, happiness, and so on. So you have to change perceive it as pleasant, perceive it as repulsiveness, as ugly, and so on. Okay? There's one Thai monk, when one day he was taking his bath in a river, and when the very moment this monk's eye come to contact with this beautiful woman, he said that I fall in love with her. Only first contact, eye contact. After that, his mind keep on longing for her. He cannot sleep, cannot meditate. He cannot sleep, cannot meditate. The whole day, whole night, he longed for this woman. So finally, he got to practice very hard to remove the image of this woman, but not successful. Even the whole night, he don't want to sleep, he don't want to lie on the bed. Because when you lie, even the whole night, he don't want to sleep, he don't want to lie on the bed. Because when you lie on the bed, more lustful thoughts. So he don't want to lie on the bed, only walking, sitting throughout the night for many days. Still cannot overcome his lust. What a miserable state. So finally he's fasting, because food can fit your craving more. If you have full stomach, your craving become more. So he fast. Finally, then he tried this. He tried to see this beautiful woman, his decaying corpse. Imagine she has death. Then his corpse start to decay. First bloated. Then the maggot come out from her decaying body. And finally, all the body become rotten and become rotten, and all the jackals, vulture, and the dog come and eat her. Vulture and the dog come and eat her dead body. So when he visualized in this state, as well as his own decaying body, internal, external, and finally he overcome his lust. So this one way, but this way is for monks, usually for monks. Therefore, what I quote this example is to tell you, when you pay attention to the beauty of the object, it easily arouses your lust. So you have to replace your perception of beauty to perception of repulsiveness. Okay? Okay. Then another way to overcome the arising of sensual desire is restraint of your senses. This is so important. This is so important for monks and nuns, maybe not for layperson. Restraint of your senses means that you don't simply lose your eyes. You control your eyes not to look here and there by way of concentrating on your breath. Then defilement will not enter into your mind so easily. Because you do not restrain your senses. You want to see, you see. You want to hear, you hear. You want to eat, you eat. You want to touch, you touch. So you let loose your senses. Therefore, sensual desire easily arises in you. So sensual desire easily arises in you. So you got to practice restraint of senses by concentrating on one certain object throughout the day, especially during the retreat. And another to overcome the sensual desire is moderate in eating. Eat less. And the last one, when the sensual desire arises in you, contemplate impermanent. Don't grasp it as I, mind, myself. much enough to deal with sensual desire. Next hindrance is ill will or anger. Anger is a strong hindrance in most people. So Buddha said, ill will or anger in him, a bhikkhu understand there is ill will in him. So when ill will or anger arise in you, first step, what is that? Arouse your mindfulness. Arouse your mindfulness, know the anger has arisen in you. Mindfulness, know the anger has arisen in you. What is the meaning of mindfulness? Non-reactive and equanimous awareness. Non-reactive and equanimous awareness. This is called mindfulness. Equanimous awareness. This is called mindfulness. If you know anger has arisen in me and you become more and more angry, no, this is not mindfulness. Your mind must be equanimous. So once you arouse, take that anger as object of your observation. Just like you observe your breath. Now change object. Breath is kaya nupassana satipatthana. But now you observe anger, it becomes citta nupassana satipatthana. Or it becomes dhamma. Shift your attention on breath to anger. You become contemplation of the mind. Or it becomes contemplation of the Dhamma. Because 5 hindrances is contemplation of Dhamma. So awareness, non-reactive and equanimous awareness arisen in you. Take the anger as your object. Understand? Then once you're aware of the arising of anger, what's the next step? What's the next step? Contemplate the impermanence of that anger. Or vanishing, passing away. Or Chinese called 灭去, 消灭了, 逝去, 灭去了, 无常, 等等. Okay, so when you pay attention to impermanent, that state of the mind will not last in your mind. Will not continue in your mind. Okay. When it passes away, when the anger passes away, you also must know. Not only passes away, you also must know. Not only know it's arising, you also must know it's passing away. If you do not know it's passing away, you may think it is permanent. You may think it remains there. No, it has gone. So when you know it's arising, when you know it's passing away, you understand impermanence. Okay? Then the next one, you must know the condition for the arising of the ill will. Just now I mentioned, because we pay attention to the beautiful. Right? Now, why the anger arises? Usually we pay attention to the repulsive, unpleasant, because we think it's unpleasant, very repulsive. Therefore, anger arises in us. Just opposite. For example, this person, it annoys you very much. So every time when you see this person, you pay attention to his annoyance. Every time you see him, this is very annoying. So every time you pay attention to his annoyance, then anger arises in you. Remove this paying attention of the annoyance of this person. We have to try to see his or her good qualities instead of bad qualities. Everybody has good and bad qualities, right? And if you know by seeing his bad quality cause anger to arise in you, then we have to change our mind. Forget his bad quality, think of his good qualities. Although it's very difficult to do, but we have to train our mind in this way. Okay? Or another in our mind in this way. Okay? Or another way is to cultivate loving kindness meditation. Cultivate loving kindness meditation, but this is also not easy. If you don't like this person and yet you want to wish him well and happy, like this person and yet you want to wish him well and happy, I think not very easy for most people. I remember I instructed one of my students, and he is a Sri Lankan. Then when he tried to radiate loving kindness, when I say, may you be well, may he be well and happy, he said that I have decided to slap him. So happiness become anger. Loving kindness become anger. Therefore, it's not so easy. If you don't have mastery of the mind, easy. If you don't have mastery of the mind or mastery of loving kindness meditation, you just want to send loving kindness to your enemy immediately without mastering of it first. It's not easy. Unless you practice loving kindness all the times. Okay, so and if you cannot overcome that anger, the last another way is don't pay attention to it. Ignore that. Ignore the things always annoy you. Don't always think of her or think of that things that annoy you. Sometimes we human beings are very strange. You already know that person annoys you very much, and yet you always want to think of her, and yet you always want to think of her or him. That give you more annoyance, right? It's a human mind. It's called untrained mind. It's very strange. Okay, that much for overcoming the sloth and torpor. Sloth and torpor. Sloth and torpor means drowsiness or sleepiness. As a smart practitioner, I have shared with you how to deal with sloth and torpor, right? First, in short, immediately know it. How you know it? How you know your mind is obsessed by sloth and torpor? The moment your mindfulness become unclear, the moment, let's say, when you are practicing anapanasati, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out, then you feel that the mind already leave the breath. The mind leave the breath and become unclear, not restless, become unclear, like you cannot grasp the object. At that time, you must know there is sloth and torpor. Sloth and torpor starts to creep in. If you can know at this stage, then you quickly shift your attention to see that unclear mind. Awareness. Shift your attention to quickly see this unclear mind. Then see it, observe it. Immediately, the unclear mind will immediately become clear. If you can do this, if you can do what I share with you, then you are smart practitioner. You have keen mindfulness. Your mind is always clear. Only if your mind is not clear, you don't even know your mind is not clear. Therefore, if you can follow what I say, it means that your mind is very clear. Because the moment your mind leaves the breath, it becomes unclear, you know already. It means that your mind is clear. Otherwise, you do not know. So you shift to note or to contemplate that unclear mind, immediately it becomes clear. So if you can master this technique, sloth and torpor, never your hindrance, but never become your hindrances. But if you cannot, but never become your hindrances. But if you cannot, because you don't have clarity of the mind, you cannot, your mindfulness is not so sharp, then the second, what should you do? You should open your eyes. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. You can count your breath with open eyes, no problem. Open your eye, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. Or you can, if still you fail, you can recollect some Dharma, some teaching of the Buddha that makes you happy. Therefore, you must find some stanza or some teaching of the Buddha. Whenever you think of it, your mind feels happy. Your mind, you feel joyful. Always remember that. So whenever you feel sleepy, reflect that the teaching of the Buddha that gladden your heart. When you become sleepy because your mind is in boredom state, you feel boring. So you need to gladden your heart, make your mind happy by reflecting some inspired teaching of the Buddha. If this still fails, you should stand up. Do standing meditation with open eyes, then concentrate on your breath. Or if you are alone, not in the meditation hall, if you are alone, then you should breathe very loud. Don't do in meditation hall, otherwise everybody complain you. Okay? Breathe very loud. Breathing in, breathing out very loud. Then you take in more oxygen. Especially breathing in. Oxygen that can make your mind clearer. This few steps, I think, should be enough. If you use this few steps and yet still feel sleepy, go out and walk. If walking also feels sleepy, go back and sleep. Walking also feels sleepy, go back and sleep. Go back and sleep. Sleep until you feel satisfied. Only you get up. I think because of bodily fatigue, bodily tiredness, you need to sleep. So don't worry. I will not wake you up. Okay? But don't take it as everybody here. Everybody go to sleep. Okay. Okay. So, what is the condition for the arising of sloth and torpor? You must know the conditions. First is overeating. Second, not enough sleep and bodily fatigue. Not necessarily not enough sleep. Sometimes in the retreat, 6 hours should be enough. But because you worry, usually I sleep 8 hours. Now I sleep 6 hours. No, not enough sleep. So if you think you're not enough sleep, then you want to go and sleep. And then automatically your mind becomes sleepy. So this is called mind make. So when you come to retreat, if you can sleep 6 hours in a day, tell yourself, enough. Go back home, I sleep 10 hours. But for this retreat, 6 hours should be enough. 6 to 7 should be enough. 8 hours too much. 8 hours too much. Because you have concentration, you have mindfulness, don't need so much sleep. Sleep is dullness of the mind. Dullness. Your mind is dull, not helpful. Okay? So, what's the condition? First, overeating. Third, not interesting on the breath. Sometimes when the breath becomes too subtle, you cannot grasp it. No more object. Then you become very sleepy. Or you yourself not interested on the breath. Not everybody interested on the breath. Because Anapana may not suitable for everybody interested on the breath. Because Anapana may not suitable for everyone. If you're not interested in this Anapana, try another object. Don't force yourself to stick to Anapana. Okay? So these are general arising. So you should avoid this condition for general arising. So you should avoid this condition for the arising of sloth and torpor. Okay? The next one, restlessness. Among all the hindrances, restlessness is the greatest enemy. Only Arahant know restlessness. So restlessness is always there. Therefore we practice concentration to tame the mind, to calm down the restless mind. Because the restless make the mind very agitated, think this and that. and make the mind very tired, cannot function well, directly overcome this restlessness. When the mind comes to still, then you can see clearly the phenomena that happen in the body and mind. Okay. So when restless arises in day is the third day, right? So since today is the third day, we don't have to always stick to Anapana, right? First 3 days Anapana enough. Today, third day. So when you breathe, but anyhow we start with Anapana, breathing in, breathing out. But when restless arises in us, breathing in, breathing out. But when restless arises in us, we cannot overcome by counting. Then you pay attention to the restlessness. Know it. Know it. Oh, my restless or wandering. Just know one word. Oh, my is wandering. Then come. Or you just look at that wandering thought directly. But this is only for advanced yogi. If you are a beginner, you look at the wandering thought directly, then you carry away by the thoughts. Go 10 minutes later, only know. So this is not for beginners. You must train yourself, know it, coming back. But if you want to try to look at the wandering thoughts, please make sure don't go into content. It's the content that attracts you. Don't go into content. What is this wandering thought? What is inside the thought? Planning. What is this wandering thought? What is inside the thought? Planning, imagining, or visualization. Oh, don't go into content. Once you go into content, the mind becomes restless. Okay? If your mindfulness is sharp, the moment it arises, try to see. The moment it knows, you know the wandering thought, it should stop already. Why? Because the moment you're aware of it, you have mindfulness, right? Mindfulness is wholesome mental state. Restless is unwholesome mental state. How can unwholesome mental state and wholesome? So once you have mindfulness about the restless, it stops already. But maybe it arises again. But your mindfulness too slow to tackle it. Therefore, you think the thought still continue. Okay? If you can train your mind to be able to aware all this restless mind, then you will come to a conclusion. All this restless are illusion. Illusion, not real one. Illusion. Illusion, not real one. However, if we do not cultivate this mindfulness and wisdom to see all this restlessness or wandering thought as illusion, very often we will be cheated by the thoughts. Very often we will be cheated by the thoughts. We think it's real. When we think it's real, we follow it. When we follow it, then we are cheated by it. I hope you can realize this state one day, that whatever thought arises, no, it's elusive nature, not real one. But if you trust it, you believe in it, it becomes real. When it becomes real, it becomes yours, become mine. And when it becomes mine, and you want to follow after it. This is how the circle of samsara starts. It's doubt. Doubt. For Asian people, doubt is not a big hindrance. But for Western people, doubt is the greatest hindrance. Because Asian people are faith temperament. Asian people have strong faith in what teachers say. Due to our culture, right? Due to our education, our culture. But in Western country, they ask the student to doubt everything. Don't believe everything what others say. So because of different culture, so they always doubtful. And doubt become their greatest hindrance. Same, if doubt arises in you, no. To consult a competent teacher to solve the doubt in your heart. This is the best way to overcome the doubt. Ask a competent teacher and discuss with her or him. With her or him. So, as a conclusion, whatever hindrances that arise in you, you must first arouse your mindfulness to know it. Secondly, contemplate impermanence. Thirdly, know the condition for the arising of each sensual, for each hindrance. Then once you know the conditions, then next time you tackle that condition. You change your mind, change your perception. Then this desire or ill will may not arise so often as before. Okay, that's enough for today. Samanta cakkhavalesu atra gacchyantu devata Sadamang muni rajasa sunantu sakamokhadang Dhamma sawana kalo ayang badanda Dhamma sawana kalo ayang badanda Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Okay, sit properly. Okay, so today, before I start a new of identity view, I'd like to talk a little bit how to contemplate the pain. Because during the interview, so many people reported pain. Don't know how to overcome the pain. So in fact, yesterday I would like to talk about it. However, I have not enough time. Okay? So, pain is inevitable. First, you must accept it. Just like old age and death is inevitable. Since you cannot avoid mentally, you must accept it first. Whenever you come for meditation, there will be pain. Whenever you sit long, the pain will be there all the times. Unless, if you don't want the pain, you should discard this body. Give up this body, then no more pain. Right? As long as you have this body, even the Buddha also experienced the physical pain. So mentally, you got to accept it first. When there is body, there is pain. This is the first step. Now, second step, you should recognize the benefit of having pain. Right? First, when you have strong pain or intense pain or excruciating pain, then the mind become very focused. So the mind easily wander off, go away from this small object. But the pain is excruciating, so intense, so your mind cannot wander off. You have to look at the pain because it's so strong. So this helps you to anchor your mind. This is the benefit. Thirdly, because of pain, you develop a lot of endurance, patience, endurance. However, this practice, we want to develop patience, endurance, we want to develop patience, endurance. We want to develop the penetrative insight as well. So how should you look at the pain? There are many different ways. First, I have shared with you, you can contemplate 4 elements. By looking at the pain, you go into 4 elements meditation. However, some people still not clear how to practice, how to see 4 elements inside the pain. So I would like to repeat once more. First, you must understand the 4 elements first. Earth element, Pathavi Dhatu. Water element, Apo Dhatu. Fire element, Tejo Dhatu. And the last one, wind element, Vayu Dhatu. So, Pathavi Dhatu, earth element, has two clear characteristics. One is hardness. Whenever you think of the great earth, then you feel the characteristic the earth carries. That is hardness. So earth element is not. If you think it's the earth itself, this is called conventional truth. But the characteristic, the salient nature it carries is hardness. So when you touch the earth, you feel hardness. And you touch her, hardness. And you touch her a little bit more, you feel roughness. So hardness and roughness is the two characteristic of earth element. So when you see the pain, I don't like to recommend you to note pain. It is not so effective. You already know it is pain already. You no need to tell yourself pain. Not necessary, right? You want to penetrate into pain. So you may feel the spot is very hard, like stone, especially soft. After 40 minutes, it becomes stone. The cushion becomes so hard. So you feel the hardness that causes discomfort in the body. Then you recognize this earth element. Repeat in your mind. Concentrate on the hardness which causes you. Concentrate on the hardness which causes you discomfort. You don't focus on the discomfort itself, but you focus on the earth element. Hardness or earth element. After some times, then you tell earth element is not myself. Earth element is not myself. It's me. Only then you can lose your perception of pain. Then when you look at the hardness, earth element, then sometimes it turns to be very hot. The spot is very hot. Then you know it is fire element. So you note fire element. So you note fire element. Then after you note sometimes fire element, then tell yourself fire element is mere element. It's not myself. It's not mine. Okay. Then when you look again, then change the element was stronger or the pressure. Pressure becomes stronger. Then it's wind element. Then you note wind element. Then wind element is mere element. It's not myself. So you look at it's not myself. So you look into pain and see which element is more clear. Then you note it, and this element will keep on changing. Then when you see the change of element again and again, you understand this body is not myself. Again and again, you understand this body is not myself, and this element is keep on changing. It is impermanent. So by looking at the pain, you gain insight. Isn't that beneficial? Beneficial, right? So don't endure the pain without element. The characteristic of water element is flowing and cohesion. Cohesion can appear, can manifest as tightness, very tight. That place is so tight because all cohere together. This called water. This called water element. So you should recognize it by telling, by noting water element, water element. And water element is not myself. Keep on telling you, this place is made up by 4 elements and all elements not myself. Then the next one, fire element. Fire element is very easy, cold and hot. The spot will become hot. And when it become hot, you recognize it is fire element, again and again. Then tell yourself, it's not myself, it's myself, it's not myself, it's mere element. Body is made by element. Then last one, wind element. Wind element has supporting, when you can sit very straight because wind support your body, right? And also pushing, any pushing support your body, right? And also any pushing in the body is called wind element. Pushing, pressure, distension. Sometimes your body like distended, become bigger than usual, which is not true because of your concentration. You feel that the body distended. This is called wind element. Nothing to be worried, nothing to be fear of. Whatever happened in the body, you should remember. Never out of 4 elements. It should be one of the element is working, is functioning excessively. Therefore, it becomes very strong. So if you have this understanding, whatever happened in the body, it's just a manifestation of 4 elements, then this is your understanding, this is your insight. And you will not be and worry because you have the understanding. Okay, understand? Okay, good. So when you keep on seeing the 4 elements, one after another, you see it's change. You see it's not myself. Then you are developing the insight. So by contemplating on the pain, you developed another way. I can give you many ways. You just need to put into practice. Don't let it come into your right ear and go out from the left ear. Okay? If you do like that, then it's a waste. And also waste my energy because you are not receptive. Right? Okay. So, another way to look at the pain. So even you try the 4 elements, it's still very painful. The pain obsessed your mind. Then you direct look, drill your mind. Drill your mind inside the pain. Then you may ask me how to drill. I tell you like that, you got to put into practice. Try a few times, then you know how to drill your mind inside the pain. When you drill your mind, put your mind inside the pain, and remember, the effort, when you drill in, it's like effort. Effort, put the effort inside the pain, and the effort, put the effort inside the pain, and the effort must be little bit higher, little bit higher than that pain. Very abstract. If the effort is little bit higher than that pain, the pain will not disturb your mind. But if your pain is above the effort, then you will be defeated. You'll be defeated by the pain. So when you drill inside the pain and stay there, the effort must be the pain. And if your effort is above little bit the pain, and you stay there for a long time, gradually you feel very pleasant. No pain, very pleasant. That pleasantness of mind, not the body. The painness of mind, not the body. The pain is still there, but the mind feel very tranquil and pleasant for a few moments. Why? Why by noting pain you can feel pleasant? What caused that pleasantness of the mind to arise? No answer shows that you have not reached this state yet. Simply because of concentration. Because when your mind drills inside the pain, your mind is so concentrated. And because of that moment of concentration, very pleasant at that moment. So you should be able to note the pain. First painful, then when you gain concentration by noting the pain, it becomes pleasant. Then another one is when you keep on drill your mind in. Then another one is when you keep on drill your mind into the pain. The effort must be a little bit above the pain. Then when you stay the pain there for a long time, then the pain become just a sensation. No more painful feeling. Whatever pain arises, you drill your mind inside. It's just one sensation here, another sensation here, another sensation there. It does not occur in your mind. It's painful. Just a sensation. Just like when you are bitten by a mosquito, it's just a sensation there. Just like when you are bitten by a mosquito, it's just a sensation there. You don't feel the pain. When you reach this state, you can sit 4 hours, 5 hours, no pain, no more pain. You have break through the pain. Okay? Therefore, you need persistent, patience inside the pain, and the effort above little bit the pain, so that you will not be defeated by the pain. I can sit pain, I can look at the pain for 4 hours. People think I go into jhana. But I directly look at the pain for 4 hours until it becomes sensation only. Pain for 4 hours until it becomes sensation only. So I talk through my own experience. Okay? And if still, some people are by nature afraid of physical pain, I think woman has more effort compared with men. Woman has more endurance, patience, and courageous effort to face the pain. Okay, if you feel that no, I don't want to challenge myself too much, then when there's pain, you can try 4 elements meditation, or you can look at your mind. When your mind get disturbed, look at your mind. When your mind get disturbed by pain, then you have listened to contemplation on feeling, right? Yes, right? Because I have too many things to share. If I talk personally, then I have so many important talk left behind. No time to share with you. Therefore, I play my tips so that you can learn. Okay? So, using contemplation on feeling. The pain causes unpleasant feeling. Mental unpleasant feeling. So you shift your attention from pain to the mind, because the mind get disturbed already. Look at that unpleasant feeling. And a feeling is just feeling. Feeling is not myself. Unpleasant feeling is just unpleasant feeling. Unpleasant feeling is not myself. Keep on repeating this word like mantra. And if it doesn't work, okay. For somebody, it works immediately, you apply it. For somebody, it works only after few try. For somebody, after repeatedly 10 times, 20 times, 30 times try, only you see the effect. Therefore, don't give up when one try fail. If you fail in only one time, you say not effective, then you are too idealistic. Right? If it's so effective, then all of us have gone to Nibbana already. Right? Just keep on trying and trying and trying, because the practice is repeatedly trying. No other shortcut. This is the shortest cut I can give you. The rest, you got to keep on trying. Okay? So first time not successful. For somebody, very successful. Because I'm a teacher, the student will report to me, say how effective it is if I use this method. Even the 15 years old say it's so effective. Just that you need to be open-minded and have trust and confidence in this technique, in the teaching of the Buddha. Not self-confident, but confident in the Dharma is most important. Okay? Once you have confident, unshakable faith in this way of trying, because Buddha says feeling is just a feeling. In the Mahasatipatthana Sutta, 4 foundation of four foundation of mindfulness. Buddha say feeling is just a feeling. Feeling is impermanent. Feeling is not self. This is what Buddha say. It's not what I say. Right? So you have confidence in what Buddha say. This is the most important. Faith. So if you fail one time, once you succeed in once you succeed, then you have more confidence. Then you try again and again. Later on, it become your habit. So when it become your habit, wherever you go, it follow you. This contemplation follow you in your daily life also. Whenever emotion contemplate vanishing, then it goes away. You don't have to say that. Oh, emotion, anger. Please hold on. Let me sit on the cushion first and contemplate you. Not necessary. You must always cultivate it until it becomes the habitual reaction. The habitual reaction. The good, wholesome habitual reaction. Then you are a good practitioner. You are a smart practitioner, advanced practitioner. Okay? So contemplate your mental feeling. If it fails, mental feeling give rise to anger. Your mind feels very irritating. Then don't look at physical pain, but look at the irritating mind. Mind affected by anger as mind affected by anger. Keep on reciting this word. With detached, keep on reciting this word. With detached manner. Don't say that mind affected by anger and is my mind. No. With detached manner. Try to separate yourself with that state of mind. You got to prepare your mind first. By anger and detach yourself with that anger state of the mind, then finally you will succeed. Either you will see this mind, irritating mind pass away, or you will see it's just a mental state, not myself. Really see it. No more reciting it, but really see it. But no more reciting it, but really see it. But first, before you can really see it, you recite it first. Right? You recite it is to tune your mind, harmonize your mind with the truth only. Only when you harmonize your manifest itself. Okay, understand? Okay, good. Okay, so now this is the way I can share how to contemplate the pain. Now try it. Okay, next. Today I would like to share with you the new topic. Giving up or letting go is an important topic. So first of all, what is identity view? Identity view in Pali we call Sakkaya Ditthi. Sakkaya Ditthi. Sakkaya is a compound Kaya Ditthi. Sakkaya is a compound words. Sa, S-A-K, sa. Kaya, K-A-Y-A. So sak means exist. Kaya means rupa kaya, material body. Nama kaya, mental body. So sakkaya means body, mental body, physical body and mental body exist. Body and mental body exist. Okay? Ditthi. Ditthi is wrong view. Wrong view, ditthi means wrong belief that is permanent self. It's called ditthi. So if these two words, sakkaya, ditthi, wrongly believe that what exists, which exists, which is mental body and physical body, as a permanent self. This is the meaning. So this is the meaning. So sakkaya ditthi, identity view, wrongly believe, wrongly identify physical body and mental body as a permanent self. And because of this belief that we cannot become, stream enterer, the noble one. Therefore, as a practitioner, what we want to do is to let go of this identity view first before we can achieve stream enterer. And from this Sakaya Ditti comes another two wrong view. One is Sasatta Ditti, eternalist view. One is Ucceta Ditti, annihilation view. Have you all heard about all this? Sakaya Ditti, Ucceta Ditti, annihilation view, and Sasatta Ditti, eternalist view. Yes or no? Then all this, especially these three wrong views. Okay, let me talk about it a bit. Eternalism view. What is Sasatta Ditti, eternalism view? Eternalism view wrongly believe there is a permanent soul which transmigrate from one existence to another existence. And that transmigrate from one existence to another existence is the same self. Same consciousness, same self transmigrate from one existence to another existence. This is called eternalism view. So first of all, the transmigrating soul. In the teaching of the Buddha, there is no soul. But in Asian country, most people believe in soul. Right? When I die, my soul transmigrate to another existence. Most Asian people believe in eternalism view. In fact, during Buddha's time, not to speak us, so far away from the teaching of the Buddha, 2600 already. So gradually we have the wrong view. The wrong view of eternalism is understandable. But during Buddha's time, although they are so close to the Buddha, some bhikkhus, some monks still have this type of view. For example, Bhikkhu Sati from Majjhima Nikaya 38, Mahatanha Sankhaya Sutta. Mahatanha Sankhaya Sutta. The great discourse on the destruction of craving. There's one bhikkhu called Sati. He is a fisherman's son. So one day, he said that, as I understand the Dhamma taught by the Blessed One, it is this same consciousness that runs and wanders. This exactly eternalism view. It's the same consciousness that runs and wanders through the round of rebirth. I think most of us have this type of view. So you can say, my future life, my past is the same person. Most people think in this way. This is called eternalism. Okay. So when this monk tell that it's the same consciousness that go through the samsara, then the other monk say, no, Buddha never say like that. Buddha say, never say like that. Buddha say, in many ways, the Blessed One stated consciousness to be dependently a reason. Since without a condition, there is no origination of consciousness. So how can you say the same consciousness wander in the samsara? Everything arise depend on cause and effect, cannot be permanent. If you say the same consciousness, it means that it is permanent. It's a self which you can control. Therefore, the other monk say that no, your statement is. Therefore, the other monk say that no, your statement is wrong. You have the pernicious view. But Bhikkhu Sati cannot be convinced. He very stubborn and wrongly grasps the Dhamma and think It's the same consciousness wander through the samsara. Since they cannot convince him, they got to report it to the Buddha. Not because they want to 打小报告啊, not because they want to, not because of backbiting, out of compassion for this misguided bhikkhu. For this misguided bhikkhu. Otherwise, this wrong belief will lead him for a long, long suffering to come. So they reported to Buddha, and Buddha say, "Okay, call him come." So Sati come, then Buddha say, "Okay, call him come." So Sati come, then Buddha say, "Did you say that it's the same consciousness that runs and wanders through the round of rebirth, not another?" In front of bhikkhu, in front of Buddha, no one can tell lies. What is that consciousness? Since you say the same consciousness, they wander through the samsara. Okay, tell me, what is that consciousness? And the bhikkhu Sati say, "Venerable Sir, it is that which speaks. We also speaks. Do you identify, when you speak, do you identify that is consciousness?" You don't have to give me answer, okay? And Sati also say that which feels painful, feels unpleasant, feels pleasant, feels neither pleasant nor unpleasant. So do you identify that feeling as consciousness? Okay. Then is that which experiences here and there the result of good and bad actions. So in short, let me repeat. Venerable Sir, it is that which speaks and feels and experiences here and there the result of good and bad action. I identify that speaks is same consciousness, that feels is also same consciousness, that experience the good and bad result is also the same consciousness. That is his answer. And the Buddha say, "Misguided man, to whom have you ever known me to teach the Dhamma in that way? Misguided man, have I not stated in many ways consciousness to be dependently a reason, since without a condition there is no origination of consciousness? But you, misguided man, have misrepresented us by your wrong grasp and injured yourself and store up much demerit. For this will lead to your harm and suffering for a long, long time." From Buddha's answer, you should be convinced that right view is very practitioner. The first thing you should do, although it's dana, but to me, as a practitioner, the first thing you should establish in your heart is right view, samadhi. The noble eightfold path, the factor of noble, right? If your view is straight, right, then the follower 7 factors of the path also will be right and straight. Therefore, I am a monastic who promote the teaching of the Buddha. I concern very much the right view of the followers. I not emphasize so much on dana. You see, my teaching never talk about dana one. My duty, my responsibility to come to this world is to share the correct view of Buddha to the followers. Therefore, in my talk, I emphasize lots of right view. All consciousness, there's never the same consciousness. Everything, all consciousness is arising and passing away dependent on causes. So what arises and passes away dependent on causes, we cannot say it's the same thing. We cannot say it's a permanent thing. We cannot say it's a self, and so on. Therefore, to say there's a permanent self, permanent consciousness is exactly wrong view. Then Buddha further say, all this consciousness arises, passes away, dependent on cause and condition. Then he teach the dependent origination. Okay, so in order to understand, to remove your eternalist view, you should understand cause and effect or dependent origination. Okay, that much enough for today. Tomorrow I will continue again. This is a very okay. Get yourself ready. Today, I want to continue yesterday's talk. We have talked about depend on Sakkaya Ditthi and spring up another two types of wrong view, which is eternalist view and annihilation view. And we have view. Okay. So why the eternalism view arise? In Brahmajala Sutta, Dikha Nikaya, Sutta 1, Brahmajala Sutta, Buddha mentioned there are 4 ways that cause eternalism view to arise. But I just want to mention one way only. Buddha said, for some ascetic, some practitioner, when by their own effort, they exert effort and achieve concentration. When they achieve concentration, then achieve concentration. When they achieve concentration, they can recollect their past life. 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives, and they can know their name. When they recollect their past life, they know their name. They know their clan. They know what type of food they took. And they know, they experience the pleasant and unpleasant things in life. So then they live for a long time. Then after that, they see themselves pass away and reappear. That place in where they take new rebirth, they can see their name again. They can see their clan, what food they took, and they live there for a long time. Then pass away. Then rearises again in somewhere else, maybe in the same existence or in heaven or in human. So by recollecting their life 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, many lifetimes, then they make conclusion. The self is eternal. The world, the self and the world are eternal because they see them dying and reappear, dying and reappear. Therefore, they make conclusion. The self is eternal. This is how the eternalist view comes about. So this is the first way of the 4 ways how the eternalist view comes about. If you want to know another 3 ways, please read Dikha Nikaya Sutta 1 Brahmajala Sutta. Okay. So now we are going to talk about annihilation. What is annihilation view? Annihilation view sees that after death, this person perishes no rebirth at all. That's all. For the whole life, no more rebirth. Everything more rebirth. Everything perishes. This is called annihilation view. So, for Asian people, because we believe in rebirth, so we don't adopt this annihilation view. Who believe in materialism, most of them believe in annihilation view because they don't believe in rebirth. Right? So, why does annihilation view arise in the world? 7 ways that cause annihilation view to arise. The first one is those ascetic, those practitioners, they think the self is made up by materiality, and this materiality consists of 4 elements: earth elements, fire, water elements, fire elements, and wind element. And this body, made up by materiality, consists of 4 elements, is the product. Materiality consists of 4 elements, is the product of mother and father. That's all. And when death occurs, and this body, material body, perishes, nothing left. Annihilation view arise in them. Even nowadays, most Westerners who believe in materialism also believe in such view, annihilation view. So there are another 6 ways how the annihilation view arises. Sutta. And for those who have this materialism, they think the body is the self, and body consists of materiality, which composed of 4 elements. They never think about mind. They only identify self and neglect the mind. So we have this 2 from the Sakaya Ditti, identity view, then arise these 2 types of view. Eternalism, then arise these 2 types of view. Eternalism view and annihilation view. And Buddha say in Nidana Sangyutta Kachana Gota Sutta, Sutta 15, Buddha say, this word Kachana, for the most part, depends upon a duality, upon the notion of existence and the notion of non-existence. Notion of existence is eternalism view. Notion of non-existence is most people depend on these 2 types of views. And Buddha further say, but how to get rid of this notion of existence or eternalism view and notion of non-existence, which is annihilation view. So Buddha further said, but for one who sees the origin of the world as it really is with correct wisdom, there is no notion of non-existence in regard to the world. And for the one who sees the cessation of the world as it really is with correct wisdom, there is no notion of existence in regard to the world. You may get very confused. What does it mean? Therefore, sutta is also not easy to understand unless you have very sound foundation. Okay, let me analyze origin of the world. Origin means 2 things. One is origin means arising, right? start to arise, means we call origin. So origin consists of two things. One is arising, another one is condition for its arising. Who can see the arising and the condition for its arising as it really is with correct wisdom, there is no notion of non-existence. There is no view of annihilation. Why? Because I keep on seeing formation arise, notion of non-existence. There is no view of annihilation. Why? Because I keep on seeing formation arises. And I also understand the causes, the condition for its arising. Then how can I adopt the view of annihilation? Annihilation means after arise, ceases, no more arising. But as I keep on seeing arising, you all keep on seeing arising as well. Let's say your unpleasant feeling. When you sit there, do you see your pain keep on arising? So when you see it keep on arising again and again, another minute, 20 minutes, arising again, ceases, arising again. So how can you have the view of annihilation? No. You keep on seeing arising. Right? Similarly, your anger. Your anger, you sometime in the day, you also can see your anger keep on arising, then vanishing. Your emotion also. You keep on see your emotion arising, vanishing. Even your four elements. If you penetrate into your body, you can see your four elements arising, ceasing. So if you can see the ceasing, arising, ceasing. So if you can see the phenomena keep on arising, you will not entertain the view of annihilation. But seeing arising is not enough. As we say, as a practitioner, we understand all phenomena arise depend on conditions, depend on causes. For example, the consciousness, non-stop, right? Restless, thinking this, planning that. So keep on arising again and again. Why? Why the consciousness keep on arising? Because the condition for its arising is still there. It may be due to different conditions. Maybe due to unwise attention, due to your craving, due to ignorance and so on. So because the conditions and the causes for its arising still intact, still there, therefore the consciousness keeps on arising. And when you can see these two things, arising itself and the condition for its arising, then you understand there's no annihilation view. When one person, that's all for this life, that's all for everything. No, there's no such view. When a person dead, the body we discard the body. Yeah, it's true. But the consciousness keep on going. Right? Why the consciousness keep on going? Why? Because the conditions, the causes still there. Okay, what are the causes for the arising of consciousness in next existence? You must understand. What are the causes? The first is ignorance. Second is craving. These two are the root cause for rebirth, for arising of consciousness. Ignorance and craving. Ignorant of what? Ignorant of Four Noble Truths. Craving for what? Craving for life. That's why everybody afraid of death. Because we crave for life. We crave for existence. We crave for becoming. And because of these two main factors, that consciousness will arise again, even though you don't want. Some people don't want to reborn again, but it's not up to you. Right? As long as the causes are remain intact, the consciousness will keep on arising. Therefore, as a Buddhist practitioner, we never believe in enlightenment because we see the causes are still in us. The ignorance and craving are still in us. So we know we will take rebirth again. Therefore, the Buddha said, for one who sees the origin of the world as in of the world as it really is with correct wisdom, there's no notion of non-existence in regard to the world. Understand? Yes or no? A bit difficult. Expect for easy Dhamma. Okay? And don't expect for entertaining talk. I never give entertaining talk. I just want to give you the right view, the right understanding of the Dhamma. Okay? Okay, now how to get rid of the notion of existence means eternalism, always exist. The view of always exist, we call notion of existence. And Buddha say, and for one who sees the cessation of the world as it really is with correct wisdom, there's no notion as it really is with correct wisdom, there's no notion of existence in regard to the world. Okay, so for one who sees the cessation of the world in the teaching of the Buddha, we call loka, the world, doesn't mean this universal world. Loka, the world, doesn't mean this universal world. It means the world of five aggregate. Body, feeling, formation, perception, and consciousness. So if a yogi who keep on seeing the cessation of the five pleasant feeling, pass away, gone, finish, cease. When you see the pain come to cessation. When you see your volition want to do this, also come to cessation. When you see a consciousness, the consciousness also cease. It keep on seeing the cessation of your five. You will not believe in eternalism. You will not believe in permanent, eternal. Through your own practical experience, you keep on see, my feeling passes away, gone. My thoughts, restless, think about something, then when I note it, it has gone. When I see the four element, water element, then after 2 minutes, that water element has gone. So when I see my perception, perceive a body, then that perception also gone. So when you keep perception, perceive a body, then that perception also gone. So when you keep on seeing dissolution, cessation of the phenomena that arise in the mind and body, then how can you believe in eternalism? This is through your practical experience. You don't have to wait for Buddha to tell you. Right? Therefore, the teaching of the Buddha is self-experience. Buddha give you the way. But in order to have unshakable faith, your faith become unshakable. Okay. And especially when you reach insight knowledge, we call Banga Jnana. And the first insight knowledge is called Namarupa Paricheda Jnana, discerning mind and body. Body is made up by 4 elements. Body is one. Discerning mind. Who knows the 4 elements? Who knows the 4 elements? Who knows the 4 elements? When you contemplate the 4 elements in the pen, inside the pen. So who knows this 4 elements? Please answer me. Sati accompanied with mind, right? So we make a general observing mind accompanied with sati. So this observing mind is one. 4 element is another one. you should be able to separate these two. We call listening, mind and body. You don't combine these two as one. If you combine, it's the self. You will call this one self, permanent self, which is the wrong view of self, wrong view of identity. Therefore, when you discern the four elements, sometimes you know this body consists of four. Times you know this body consists of four elements, and ask yourself, who knows? Who knows these four elements? Then you must be answered. The observing mind accompanied by mindfulness, accompanied by wisdom, know it. And body is one. Observing mind, another one, it. And body is one. Observing mind, another one. This is two things, completely two different things. This is called listening, mind and body. The first insight, knowledge. Please make note and put into practice. Okay? Then the second insight knowledge, why four elements arise? Why mind arise? Or because of four elements, mind arise. So cause and effect. I will not go detail at this moment. And the third one is called knowledge of comprehension. And the fourth one is called Udaya Baya Jnana. The most important knowledge, inside knowledge. Udaya Baya Jnana. Udaya is arising. Udaya Baya is ceasing. So if you can see whatever phenomena you observe in the body and mind, you can see it's arising very fast, not slow. Let's say unpleasant feeling, pain arise. Only 10 minutes it ceases. It's still arising and ceasing, but we call sluggish arising and ceasing. The real inside knowledge of arising and ceasing is very rapid. The moment you see it, then arising and ceasing is very rapid. The moment you see it, then arising, passing away very fast. For example, you contemplate your pain. After 10 minutes, you see it very arising, passing away, arising, passing away, arising, passing away very fast. And when you then because it's so fast, then you reach a stage. You only see arising and passing away, no more pain. You cannot see the pain anymore. You just see the process of arising and passing away. This is called insight of arising and passing away, inside knowledge. And the fifth one is Bhangayana. The fifth one is Bhangayana. You only see dissolution. Whatever you see, it's just gone, pass away. Dissolution. How to reach this state? You don't try to ignore its arising, but pay attention to its dissolution. Then you will just see the dissolution. Because cessation and cessation. So if you can reach this state, stage, then you will know everything passes away. Then how can you believe in eternalist? You will not believe in eternalism. You will not have eternalism view. Okay? Anyone have reached this state? Inside knowledge will come at any time. Sometimes suddenly it just pop up. You will never think you will get it. Therefore, don't expect anything. When the time matured, just like a mango tree, you cannot pray, please bear fruit quickly. No. The condition for mango tree to bear fruit, then when the conditions for mango tree not to bear fruit, then it will never bear fruit. Similarly, the condition for your inside knowledge to become mature, it will become mature and you will experience it. Therefore, in the meditation, don't expect anything. Just put forth effort. Your duty is put effort to be mindful all the time and let the result take care of itself. This is the correct attitude. Okay? Okay, so Buddha say, if a one cessation of the five aggregate as it really is with correct wisdom, then there's no eternalism view. Okay, so now come back to the question, the identity and the annihilation view. Now we come back to the identity view, which is our main topic. Why the notion of identity view arise? Why the view, identity, the view of identity arise? The view of identity arise. This is important question, right? Because as a practitioner, without letting go of identity view, we cannot become stream enterer. The whole practice is to eradicate. So from here, I would like to quote from Sutta Khanda Sangyutta, Sutta 83, titled Ananda Sutta. So Ananda Sutta tell his fellow monks, he say, Sutta tell his fellow monks, he say, Venerable Punna Manta Niputta Arahant. Ananda say, friends, the Venerable Punna Manta Niputta was very helpful to us when we were newly ordained. Venerable Punna Manta Niputta give a discourse to Ananda, then Ananda break through the Dhamma, become stream enterer. Precisely, this discourse is concerned how to give up identity view. Therefore, Ananda can become stream enterer. So, Punna Manta Niputta say, it is by clinging that the notion I am occurs, not without clinging. So, why the notion I am? Identity view. Why the notion I am occurs? Why? Yes, we call clinging. We call clinging. So, you see, Punna Manta Niputta already tell. It is by clinging to what later on he will explain. So, you must understand why the notion I am occurs. You should answer, is by clinging. Please key in to your computer mind. Don't only listen. Okay, important question. The whole practice is about this one. Okay, so it is by clinging, Ananda, that the notion I am occurs, not without clinging. So if somebody asks why the notion I am occur, how you answer? Ask why the notion I am occur, how you answer? Is by clinging, not without clinging. This is the precise answer you should always bear in mind if you want to practice the Dhamma. If you want to practice the insight meditation, this is the key words. Okay? Okay, second question. And by clinging to what does I am occur? Not without clinging. By clinging to what does the view of I am occur? This is the answer. So these two answer you must be remember, bear in mind all the times. If you want to practice insight meditation, or if you want to become stream enterer, or you want to see the Dhamma, remember these two things. By clinging, everybody answer. Clinging to what? Okay, you got it. So clinging to is by clinging to form aggregate that I am, inverted comma, occurs, not without clinging, inverted comma, occurs, not without clinging. Is clinging to feelings, that the notion of I am occurs. It is clinging to perception that the notion of I am occurs. It is clinging to formations that the notion of I is clinging to formations that the notion of I am occurs. Is clinging to consciousness that the notion of I am occurs. Then Niputta give an simile, an example. Suppose, friend Ananda, a young woman or a man, youthful and fond of ornament, would examine her own facial image in a mirror. Okay. At the mirror with clinging or without clinging. Let's say you imagine yourself. Now maybe we have no mirror. I don't know whether we have mirror or not. When you go back home, you stand in the mirror and look at your own image in the mirror. Do you have clinging or not? Yes, yeah. You have strong clinging to that mirror, and you're clinging to that image of mirror as what? As me, as I am, as myself. Not only that, also as what? As me, as I am, as myself. Not only that, also as beautiful, as pleasant. No, you never see the mirror. So I don't like it. I don't like you. No, you like it very much. And myself, and also beautiful happiness. This is called clinging. So you cling to the five aggregate as I am, as myself, as belong to me, as beautiful, as permanent. And because of this clinging part of like a wheel of cart, follow a bullock cart. Okay, let us stop for a while. Let the interpreter.
Thank you, Sally.
I hope my talk give you a Okay, so now I will continue my yesterday's talk. Yesterday, we have talked about the notion of I am occurs due to what? Clinging, not without clinging. Then we also have talked about clinging to what? Five aggregate. Clinging to five aggregate as I, myself. Therefore, the notion of I am occurs. Let us put into practical example. So when you sit for 25 minutes or 30 minutes, when the pain arises in you, without mindfulness and concentration and wisdom, do you immediately cling to that pain as my pain? Yes or no? Even though you have listened so many times, don't cling. You still or belong to me or mine. So through that clinging, pain arises because of having the body, right? So when you cling to the pain, it's like you cling to the body as I, myself. Therefore, the notion of I am occur. You through your own practical example, practical experience, you know it yourself. What Buddha says is to verify your experience only. And sometimes, when you have pleasant feeling, sometimes once a while, the pain disappears and you have pleasant feeling. When the pleasant feeling arises in you, Do you cling without mindfulness and wisdom? Do you cling to that pleasant feeling as myself? Yes or no? Do you? Yes. So because of that clinging to that feeling, first is clinging to form, body. The second is because of clinging to that feeling as I, myself, therefore the notion of I am occur. This through your own practical experience you understand. Through your own practical experience you understand. Right? And sometimes unpleasant feeling. Unpleasant feeling can be mentally or physically. Like mentally you think of the past. You think of some past event which caused you some miserable. Then unpleasant feeling arise in you. So do you cling to that mental unpleasant feeling as I, myself? Do you react to that unpleasant mental feeling? When you react to that unpleasant mental feeling, you have already clung. You have already clung to it as I, myself. It as I, myself. Therefore, through clinging to feeling aggregate, the notion of I am occur. You know it through your practical experience, right? Buddha just tell you only. If Buddha don't tell you in this way, you never know to the feeling that notion of I am occur. Okay? And sometimes when you perceive something, oh, very beautiful. You perceive it beautiful. So do you cling to your perception as I, myself? Yes. And when you cling to the perception aggregate as I, myself, then the notion of I am occur. Now formation aggregate. In the formation aggregate, there are so many mental factors in the formation aggregate, including factors in the formation aggregate, including anger, delusion, jealousy, worry, fear, restless, sloth, and torpor, and all the 5 hindrances, doubt. So all these are under mental formation. Let me give only one example. The worry arise. When worry arises in you, for example, sometimes the breath becomes so subtle, no more breath. And you're afraid losing the breath, you will lose your concentration. So worries start to arise in you. So worries start to arise in you. Without mindfulness, do you cling to that worry as I, myself? Yes or no? Yes. When you cling to that worry, which is formation aggregate, then the notion, the view of I am occur. Expectation. You have expectation that, let's say, today you can sit very well. Then you start to have expectation. I'm going to make good progress. I'm going to break through. So you sit with so strong expectation. Do you cling to that expectation as I? Do you cling to that expectation as I, myself? Or you know that expectation is anatta, non-self? I think most people cling to that expectation as I, myself. And therefore, the notion, the view of I am occur. Similarly, when you crave for something or you don't like something, we also identify that liking and disliking as I, myself. So through the clinging, the notion of I am occur. Clinging to what? Clinging to the body, to the feelings, different type of feeling, pleasant or unpleasant or neither pleasant nor unpleasant, and clinging to your perception, how you perceive things. You perceive the form, perceive the sound, and so on. And clinging to different states of the mind, especially different states of the mind. Your sorrow. Let's say if sorrow arises, you cling to the sorrow as I, myself. What is the consequences? Cry. Right? Crying. Because you lose mindfulness. You start to cling that sorrow as mine. So the reaction comes. Therefore, a proliferation of that mental state, you must arouse the explicit effort. Immediately note it as vanishing not myself, so that you will not be affected by your emotions, especially for emotions, especially for female. Female has so much emotion. Therefore, in all retreat, more female than male. Because they cannot handle the emotion, so they have to come for retreat. Okay. So, what is consciousness? We have 6 types of consciousness. Hearing consciousness, tasting, seeing consciousness, hearing consciousness, smelling consciousness, tasting consciousness, touching consciousness, and thinking, mental consciousness. So when you hear something, do you cling to that hearing as I am? Yes. When you taste the food, go to kitchen, when the food touch your tongue, you taste something, do you cling to that tasting as I, myself? Okay, when you daydreaming, do you cling to that thinking or imagination as I, myself? Yes or no? Yes. Therefore, the notion of I am occur. This through your own practical experience. Buddha just tell you clearly only. Through your own practical experience, in daily life, even in the retreat, you say yes. What Buddha said is very correct. That's all, right? So let me repeat. Why the notion of I am occur? Through what? Everybody please answer. Clinging. Then clinging to what? Okay, what are the 5 aggregates? What? Okay, what are the 5 aggregates? Yes, so you know already why you have the notion of I am. Because of clinging. And because of clinging to this aggregate is ultimate truth. But in conventional truth, clinging to your body and mind. That's all. Clinging to your body and mind as I, myself. Therefore, the wrong view of I, identity view, comes about. Understand? Okay, good. This is very important for your practice. Okay, then how we cling, what is the consequences when you strongly cling to your mind and body? What is the consequences? Birth. Okay, let me give you an example. Suppose there was a householder, a rich man, with murdered by a bodyguard. Then some men would appear who wanted to ruin him, to endanger him, to take his life, to harm him, and to take his life. And it would occur to that man. This householder is a rich man with much wealth and property and is protected by a bodyguard. It wouldn't be easy to take his life by force. Let me get close to him and then take his life. Then he would approach that householder and say to him, I would like to serve you, sir. Then the householder would appoint him as a servant. The man would serve him, rising up before him, retiring after him, and doing whatever he wants. Agreeable in his conduct, endearing in his speech. And the householder's son, and the householder would consider him a friend, a close, and he would place trust. Since you consider him as a close friend, you trust him and place trust in him. But when the man becomes aware that the householder has placed trust in him, then finding him alone, he would take his life with a sharp knife. Okay. Now the question comes. Okay? What do you think? I want your answer. Huh? What do you think? When that man had approached that, what do you think? When that man had approached that householder and said to him, I will serve you, sir. Wasn't he a murderer even then, even though the other did not recognize him as no? Yes. Okay, this first question. Second question. And when the man was serving him, rising up before him, retiring after him, doing whatever he wants, agreeable in his conduct and speech, wasn't he a murderer then too, though the other did not recognize him as my murderer? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, good. The last question. And when the man came upon him while he was alone and alive with a sharp knife, wasn't he a murderer then too, though the other did not recognize him as my murderer? This definitely yes. Right? It's so clear. I take your knife, of course I'm your murderer. But for the first question, when that man said to him, I would like to serve him, even though he is the murderer, but you do not recognize him. And also, when he behaves so well, pleasant in your speech, pleasant in his speech and in his conduct, and you trust him as a friend. So do you recognize him as murderer, even though he is murderer? No. Okay. So who is the murderer? Who is the murderer? Huh? Okay. 5 aggregate. Your 5 aggregate is murderer. Your 5 aggregate serve you very much. You go to the kitchen, your tongue serve you so well. Eat, enjoy the food, serve you so well. Your eye can see, and your mind can think whatever you want. So do you trust your body? When there's pleasant feeling, do you trust your feeling? Yes. When you can think all sorts of things, do you trust your mind? Yes. Although your body, your feelings, your minds, they are murderers. You just cannot recognize them. And when you cannot recognize them as murderer, what you do? You trust them. You trust them and you identify them as myself, my faithful servant. My feeling belong to me. My faithful body. My feeling belong to me. My faithful body. My faithful mind. My faithful perception. My faithful formation. My faithful concentration. Tomorrow concentration drop. No more faithful. So how can it be trusted? So when you trust something or somebody which is changing all the time, you end up in suffering. You end up in suffering. So therefore, Buddha said, these 5 aggregates are murderer. Whether you recognize them or not, they remain murderer. Bear in mind. So Buddha's teaching is so beautiful, wonderful, and so precise and direct, go into your heart. Right? So what Buddha wants to say is these 5 aggregates are murderer. And because it appears so pleasant to us, pleasant in his conduct, in his speech, praise us very much, give us comfort, right? Fit us. So we become so close to them, and we close to them, and we place trust to them, and we cling to them, we crave for them more and more, we cling to them. And because of that clinging, what happened? Because the clinging or craving is the origin of all truth. What is the first noble truth? Yes, 5 aggregate of clinging is the first noble truth, right? And the second noble truth is craving for them, craving for this 5 aggregate, craving for life. Life is composed by 5 aggregates. Why? Because it gives you satisfaction, right? Only with life you can enjoy it. If you like banana tree, how can enjoy? How can enjoy things? You cannot enjoy. So with life, with body, with tongue. So with life, with body, with tongue, with ear, with eye, you can see, you can hear. With body, you can enjoy touch, opposite sex touch, or pleasant touch, smooth touch, soft touch. And with mind, you can think. So why you crave for 5 aggregate? Satisfaction. Give you pleasurable. And give you pleasant feeling. And because of that pleasant feeling, you crave for it. When you crave for it and you become more and more attached to it, then you become the slave of it, no more boss. Become the slave, how to listen to them, then finally they got chance to kill you. This is what Buddha tried to convey to you. Understand? Yes or no? Okay, good. So Buddha say, so true for friend. So Buddha say, so true for friend, for uninstructed worldling who is not skilled in the Dhamma, who is not skilled in Buddha's teaching. Then this worldling, ordinary person will. This worldling, ordinary person will regard form. What is form? Form made up by 4 elements. Will regard form as self. Will regard self as possessing form, as in self, or self as in form. You may ask, what is this? What is the difference about for this 4? Okay, let me explain to you. Because this is very common, appear very common in Sutta. I would like to tell something. Let me interrupt. It's a pity that Malaysians don't like to read Sutta. If you don't like to read Sutta, you are very far away from the original teaching of the Buddha. And if you don't have the knowledge of the Buddha, and if you don't have the knowledge of Sutta, you cannot assess a teacher. In order to assess a teacher, whether he or she is teaching correctly or not, you need some what? Some proof and some never know who is wise. Right? Same thing. So in order to assess a teacher, whether he's teaching according to Buddha's teaching or not, you yourself must have some foundations. Otherwise, how to assess? Right? Correct. So in order to have some foundation to assess who is teaching the correct teaching of the Buddha, you need Sutta knowledge. Because it's the most fundamental, it's the original teaching of the Buddha. And 2,600 years ago, in the first council, this sutta is already recited by Ananda. And through years, it passed now, handed down until now. So it's a waste. It's a pity. Now sutta is so easily accessible and available. And yet, we let the precious jewel slip from our hands like that. And because of that, you have so much doubt. This teacher teach this way, that teacher teach that way. Which one is correct? You don't know. Because you yourself have not enough knowledge to assess. So I hope you all, when go back home, spend more time to read the original teaching of the Buddha. Don't spend time in front of TV. Okay? Spend more time reading the original teaching. All my knowledge come from the sutta. And if you think my teaching is very clear, simply because I understand the teaching of the Buddha well only. Okay? So Buddha say, we consider a person who is not skillful in the teaching of the Buddha will consider form as self. And all self as possessing form. So what's the difference? Consider form as self. It means that you and self as one. So you consider form as self, 2 in 1. Not like coffee, 3 in 1, 2 in 1. So you consider this 2 in 1. Is it correct or not? Not correct. So what is the correct? What is the correct thing? If you regard, what is the correct? What is the correct thing? If you regard form as self, then identity view comes. So what's wrong with this statement? Correct. You are smart. This is exactly the meaning. There's never the self. Right? If you consider form as self, it's completely wrong view. Because there's never the self. You just see form as form. That's all. If you see form as self, understand? Understand. Okay, the second one. Or self as possessing form. For the first statement, self as form, 2 in 1. Okay? Or self as possessing form, self as 1, and this self possess form. Possess body. Most of us have this type of thinking, right? Do you have this type of thinking? You think there's cell and this cell got body. Yes or no? Most people have this type of thinking. Okay, then is it correct? Not correct. Remember what Stephen said. There's never a cell. Yeah. Okay, the third one. Form as in self. The form, the body is inside the cell. Cell is 1, body is 1. And the body, the form is 1, body is 1. And the body, the form is inside the cell. Which is also not correct. This is also 2 things. This is not 2 in 1 already. 2 separate things. But take this one, put inside the cell. Also not correct. Simply because there's never a cell. Cell as in form. Just now form is in cell. This one opposite, cell as in form. Almost the same thing. Also not correct. These 4 phases always appear in the sutta. So now you can understand already. Okay? So for ordinary person, uninstructed wording in the teaching of the Buddha, regard form as self, or self as possessing form, or form as in self, or self as in form. And he also regard feeling as self. Whatever you feel, whether pleasant, unpleasant, or neither pleasant nor unpleasant, you think that feeling as self. Yes or no? As self. Yes or no? Most people think in this way. Although it's wrong view, but since we have not yet eradicated identity view, we got to think like that. If we don't have mindfulness, we don't have wisdom, we have to think like that. But if you use mindfulness and wisdom, you will not think like that. You can first arouse your mindfulness, see the feeling, whether it's pleasant or unpleasant. No, feeling has a reason. Okay? Then further apply wise attention or wisdom. You can see it's vanishing, or you can directly contemplate feeling is not myself. Right? Sometimes you change. Don't see impermanent all the time. You can see feeling is not myself. Feeling is not myself. Feeling is conditionally a reason dhamma. Understand? Please, these are all important things you should write down and keep on put key into your computer mind. Okay? And also, he regard feeling as self, and he regard perception as self. He regard volitional formation as self, or he regard consciousness as self. And self. And it does not understand as it really is, impermanent form as impermanent form. When you regard the 5 aggregates as self, then impermanent form as impermanent form. When you see the 4 elements in the paint, if you regard it as myself, my 4 elements, then you cannot see impermanent 4 elements as impermanent 4 elements. Right? And he cannot see impermanent feeling as impermanent feeling, impermanent perception as impermanent perception, impermanent volition formation as impermanent volitional formation, and he cannot see impermanent consciousness as impermanent consciousness. Here in Yamaka Sutta, Sariputta, Venerable Sariputta give 5 ways of Yamaka Sutta. Sariputta, Venerable Sariputta give 5 ways of contemplation. I don't think I can finish today. So first you should you should not regard these 5 aggregates as self first. Tomorrow I will go into detail how to contemplate according to the teaching of Buddha. Okay. Yamaka. Sangyutta Nikaya Sutta, Sangyutta Nikaya Khanda Sangyutta, then Sutta 85. Yamaka, Yamaka. This Sutta, Yamaka Sutta, I have one student who is Jewish, Thailand. When I was in USA, he showed me this sutta and he told me that, sister, I have been reading this sutta for 10 years continuously and yet still don't understand. So if you can get it from the first time you read it, you are smart, right? With the help of the Muni Rajasa Sunantu Saka Mokhadang Dhamma Sawana Kalo Ayang Badanda Dhamma Sawana Kalo Ayang Badanda Dhamma Sawana Kalo Ayang Badanda Bhagavato Arahato Samaha Sambuddhassa Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samaha sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samaha sambuddhassa. Okay, so today I would like to continue what I have stopped yesterday. Yesterday we mentioned that the notion of I am occurs owing to clinging. And clinging to what? So whatever arise in the body and mind, without mindfulness and wisdom to see is vanishing, to see is suffering nature, to see is condition arising phenomena, then the mind will cling to whatever arises in the body and mind as I, myself. Therefore, the notion of I am occur. So how to overcome this notion of I am? Since we already know how the notion of I am arises, then now as a practitioner, we must know how not to let the duty and our practice. So how to let this notion not arise in your mind? By arousing your mindfulness and wisdom. So in this sutta, Yamaka Sutta, Sutta 85, Khanda Sangyutta, Sariputta give 5 ways of contemplations to remove the notion of I am. Not only that, even to the achievement of arahantship. Okay. So he said that whatever arises in the mind and body, or another word, 5 arise in the mind and body, or another word, 5 aggregates, then he understands as it really is impermanent form as impermanent form. When we talk about form, please don't forget, form is composed by 4 elements. Forget, form is composed by 4 elements. You must always have this thought in your mind. So whatever form arises, if you can understand it as it really is, impermanent form, mentally note it, then your mind will not engage with form. Your mind will not cling to form, and your mind will not take a stand upon the form as myself. Let me give you an example. Last night, in the midnight, my feet cramp. So without mindfulness and wisdom, we will say, wow, why so painful, cramp? The whole foot become hard, cannot move. But I don't react in that way. So the moment I feel my foot cramp, I quickly note vanishing. Maybe 1 or 2 seconds or 3rd second later, not immediately because in the midnight. So mindfulness is not so sharp. So after 3 or 4 seconds later, then I contemplate vanishing. Before I contemplate, when the foot cramps, I can feel the mind react to it, right? Because no mindfulness, the mind reacts to it. Oh, my foot cramps. But the moment after 4 seconds, I arouse my mindfulness, then I contemplate vanishing. The moment I contemplate vanishing, I can see clearly my mind did not react. My mind did not react to this painful sensation. And the moment my mind did not react to it, at the same time, I do not take a stand upon this cramp as myself. I can see very clearly how is my reaction, how I observe the arising phenomena. So the moment I just note vanishing, then I have no further reaction. At the same time, myself. So at that moment, I discard, I give up, or I let go the notion of I am. This is the practice. You practice it moment to moment. Every moment, whenever you have mindfulness and wisdom, then I am. You, from moment to moment, you give up the identity view. So as I note vanishing, of course it will vanishes, otherwise I cannot get up, right? So after, maybe 20 seconds, then I can see it passes away. And the mind remains 20 seconds. Then I can see it passes away. And the mind remains equanimous. So my mind is not affected at all. Not because I'm a great person. Simply I arouse mindfulness and wisdom and note vanish. Mindfulness and wisdom and note vanishing. Therefore, don't think this is reciting meditation. If you still think until so many times I repeatedly tell you again and again, and you still think this is reciting, then how to call? No hope. If you still think it's reciting, you see, through my own experience, the moment I note vanishing, my mind did not react. For example, the pain arises in you. If you note vanishing, you will not react to that pain, cling to that pain as myself, as mine. This is what we want to achieve. Alright? This is what Buddha says, sabbe sankhara anicca, sabbe dhamma anatta. This is the final goal we want to reach by just start with this simple technique.
And this simple technique takes me more than 15 years to discover this technique. Previously, I'm also like most of people, don't know how to note my mind. When anger comes, you react to the anger and suffer from the anger. Because I don't have the technique to note it. And some teach, when anger comes, you note anger. So I note anger, it become more angry. Because the word give fire to the mind, anger. So it become more angry, which I feel not effective for me, but may be effective for other people. Okay? So if you want to note anger, why not note vanishing, right? Why not contemplate not myself? Right? Anger is a state of mind, not myself. At least these words teach you. At least this word is according to the truth. Alright? Okay. So when I see impermanent form as impermanent form, so my mind does not engage with this cramp, this painful sensation. And my mind does not cling to it. And my mind does not take a stand upon it of identity view. By contemplate form, impermanent form as impermanent form. Do you get it? Okay. So this is the first contemplation. The second contemplation, you should, whatever arises in the mind and body, or one among the five aggregate, you should understand it as it really is painful form as painful form. So in case you do want to note impermanent form, you don't like impermanent because you like permanent. So then you can change. You can note painful form as painful form. But this is more a little bit difficult. For example, when you note pain, it's more a little bit difficult. For example, when you note pain, painful form as painful form, it becomes more painful. It's better not impermanent, which is much more effective. But sometimes, when you see the pain arise, passes away, arise again on other places, coming and going, then you feel the stress. You feel that this stress is called dukkha in the teaching of the Buddha. So then at this time, you should contemplate painful form as painful form. Because you see, arise, passes again, there's no end to this painful form. So now you recognize, you understand. Then at this time, is the right time for you to contemplate painful form as painful form. Why should we contemplate painful form as painful form? Why should we not contemplate? How if we contemplate painful form? Stop. You say painful form as painful form. Very long. Too long sentence. Can I contemplate painful form? That's all. Can or cannot? Why cannot? Okay, let me analyze for you. If you note painful form, sometimes we have latent defilements, right? There's one latent defilement called identity view. So if you note painful form, then not yet finished. Painful form as mine. Painful form belong to me. Painful form as myself. So there is not yet full stop. So you can create because of the latent defilement in our mental stream. So our mind will immediately react to this painful form as I, myself. Therefore, if you say painful form, which I think not effective. Right? Similarly, if you note anger, the mind also can cling to not effective. I have been trying that method for a long time. And it takes me more than 10 years to discover this technique, simple technique, and yet so effective. Okay? But if you note painful form as painful form, this sentence already teach you. Form as yesterday we talked already therefore, self as in form as in self. All this wrong view will leave you. So this is the reason you should not painful form as painful form to get rid the identity view. Otherwise, you will cling to the painful form as myself, as I am. Understand? Okay. Understand have to put into practice. Okay. Otherwise, you cannot see the effect. Okay, and sometimes painful feeling arises, mental painful feeling. We have some stress, worry, all this mental painful feeling arises in you. You can note painful feeling. When you note painful feeling as painful feeling, then the mind will not cling to it, will not take a stand upon this mental painful feeling as myself. Then there's no further reaction, no further karma which will bear its unwholesome result as well. Therefore, as a practitioner, we want to stop all the unwholesome karma by way of mindfulness and wisdom. Okay? Similarly, is painful perception or painful formation or painful consciousness. Whatever 5 aggregate that arise in you, you must be able to contemplate it as either you contemplate it as impermanent feeling, or painful feeling as painful feeling. Okay, the third contemplation. Venerable Sariputta said, he understands it as it really is, selfless form, or selfless feeling as selfless feeling, or selfless mind as selfless mind. So when a painful sensation, pain arises in you, instead of not impermanent or painful, sometimes you should note selfless pain. Because there are so many pain, various pain arise in the body. So once a while you change. It says selfless pain as selfless pain. Don't cling to that pain as I, myself. So when your mind will not engage with the pain, your mind will not cling to the pain, your mind will not take a stand upon the pain as myself. This is how you let go of identity view from moment to moment. Moment to moment. Not one street you can kill the identity view. That's not possible. Right? Similarly, whatever state of the mind, consciousness, mental consciousness, mind consciousness, whatever state of the mind, for example, worry, mind consciousness, whatever state of the mind, for example, worry, which most people have this hindrance. Worry is one of the hindrances. So when worry arises in you, you must be able to recognize it first. Without recognize it, you are unable to recognize it first. Without recognize it, you are unable to contemplate it as selfless mind, or selfless mind as selfless mind. Without mindfulness, you just react to it only, right? So we train our mind rise on in mental state. Whether it's worry, when worry arises, note selfless mind or selfless mental state as selfless mental state. It means that that's not myself. Worry is not myself. Or you can note, worry is not myself. Easy. Or one of the great hindrances. One of the great hindrances that most people encounter. So when fear arises, the first step you must recognize it. Without recognize it, you are unable to contemplate. Unable to contemplate it as impermanent or painful or selfless, painful or selfless. Either one you choose. Then when you contemplate it, try to detach yourself from that mental state. Try, even the words already teach you to detach. But your mental inclination also important. Don't try to separate yourself with that mental state. One try fail, no problem. 10 times fail, also no problem. 100 times fail, then something wrong with you. Okay, 100 times fail, then really something wrong with you, because when you note the time, you still cling to it. So by noting, you make sure your mind detach from that state of the mind. When you note your pain, painful, impermanent pain as impermanent pain, you also must get ready. Permanent pain, you also must get ready. Prepare your mind to detach from it. Don't only mentally say impermanent pain as but your mind, my pain. Of course, 200 times also not effective. It's not a technique, not efficient. It's that you do not prepare your mind. The technique cannot help you. So you yourself must prepare yourself. Whatever state you are noted, you are contemplating, detach yourself from it. Only then that technique become very efficient. Okay? So, restless arise in you, also contemplate selfless mental state as selfless mental state. And desire arise in you, also contemplate selfless mental state as selfless mental state. When selfless mental state as selfless mental state. When you note in this way, then your mind will not engage with that state of mind. Your mind will not cling to that state of the mind. And the mind will not take a stand upon that state of mind as I will not take a stand upon that state of mind as myself. Then you are letting go the identity view from moment to moment. I keep on repeating because through many years experience, I understand. Only by repeating again, then it stick to the consciousness. Otherwise, no. Previously, I'm very enthusiasm, because I have so much knowledge, Dhamma knowledge. So every Dhamma talk, I want to give new thing, to give new teaching to my student. So now I learn already, through my experience in this year in USA. I keep on repeat the same thing again and again. Then finally, all my students got it. And if you open the sutta, Samyutta Nikaya Sutta, previously, maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I read the time, Buddha always say, form is impermanent, feeling is impermanent, consciousness impermanent. The whole book, 80%. Buddha say impermanent. I get so fed up, I don't want to read anymore. At the time, I cannot appreciate. Just like you cannot appreciate when I keep on repeating the same thing. But now I understand why Buddha want to repeat the same thing again and again through my own teaching experience. So therefore, by repeating the same thing again and again, that stick to your mind. That is most important. Otherwise, that is not beneficial. Okay, so bear with me. Okay, if I repeat the same thing. Okay, the next 4 contemplation. We understand as it condition form as condition form. Let's say when you contemplate the 4 elements, or pain or whatever sensation by way of 4 elements that arise in your body, apart from contemplate impermanent. Apart from contemplate impermanent or suffering or selfless, you also can contemplate condition form as condition form. Okay, let's say why pain arises. You can analyze this time you need some investigation. Impermanent, you don't need investigation. But if you want to analyze the cause and condition, you need some investigating of the Dharma. Dhamma Vichaya Sambojjhanga is one of the factor of enlightenment. So, it's one of the factor of enlightenment. So, when a pain arises in you and you contemplate conditioned form as conditioned form, then you will have to ask yourself, why pain arises? Why pain arises in the body? What's the reason? Yes, sometimes the way you sit, sometimes because you sit very long, and also there are many reasons. But the very basic reason is that when you have the body, you have the pain. Right? Oh, why pain arises in me? Not only you, everybody. Why only me? No, everybody has the same pain. We are in the same boat. Including me. It's just that my mind don't react to it only. So you say, condition pain or condition form is condition form. Then further you ask yourself, why this pain? Further you ask yourself, why this pain arises in you? Because of having body. Then you can continue investigate why we have body. Yes, because of previous ignorance and craving that caused this four element. In ignorance and craving that caused this four element in form of body to arise. Therefore, this pain and body is the effect, right, of certain causes. Thus, it's called conditioned form as conditioned form. Understand? Yeah. So you analyze in this way. Then you understand, this pain is only conditioned. Conditioned form as conditioned form. As you investigating the cause and condition, then you will not entertain the notion of I, self. Because cause also changing. The cause and condition also change. So, once you see the change, you will not entertain permanent self. Similarly, when you have some fear, they say you fear, when you sit very long, the pain arises in you, then you start to have worry and fear. Will I injure myself? Or maybe after the retreat, I have to go hospital, to have operation on my leg. If I sit, I have to go hospital, to have operation on my leg. If I sit continuously for 2 hours, I think this worry should arise in most of you. I am blessed enough throughout my life. Once I started my meditation when I was very young, I never have this. What do you think? Why I never have this type of worry and fear? No, Paskama. Why? Yes, correct. Strong faith and confidence in the Dharma, not in myself. And confidence in the Dharma, not in myself. There's no self, okay? In the Dharma. I have strong faith and confidence in the Dharma. So I can discard all this worry and fear. Nothing will happen to me, I know. This is called unshakable faith. So, when there's too much pain in you and worry and fear arise in you, then you should not condition worry and condition mental state. Or you say this worry and fear, then what's the cause for your worry and fear? You got to investigate yourself. What's the cause of your worry and fear? I think most people experience it, but experience this worry and fear. That sitting long will hurt yourself. What's the cause? You got to investigate yourself because strongly attachment to the body. Your strong attachment to the body, or because you identify the body as myself. You think you can control it. You think you can control it. So you investigate cause and condition. Then let go of that. So you contemplate condition, mental phenomena, condition fear, condition worry as condition worry. Then later on you can also contemplate impermanent, or not selfless worry or selfless mental state. Similarly, when your eyes see something unpleasant, then irritation arises in you. So when that irritation arises in you, you should note that irritating mind as conditioned, irritating or conditioned mental state as conditioned mental state. Then you analyze, because of seeing unpleasant object. Unpleasant object is the cause. Arising of irritating mind is effect. So you see cause, effect. So you can contemplate cause and effect, cause and effect. After contemplating cause and effect, you further contemplate non-self. To strengthen, to contemplate non-self. To strengthen, to enhance your insight of non-self. So once you contemplate condition, anger as condition anger, then you further contemplate, since it's cause and effect, there's no permanent self, there's no controller, right? So it's non-self. So you see the nature of non-self. What is the meaning of non-self? Non-self means beyond one's control. This is one of the definition of non-self. Second, it does not yield to one's wishes. It does not follow your wishes. It does not follow your wishes. This is another meaning of non-self. And because, therefore, when you're listening cause and effect, then you see the non-self nature. So you further contemplate non-self anger as non-self. Similarly, whatever emotion you have, sometimes desire, and whatever emotion you have, try to contemplate that emotion as condition arising phenomena. Mentally note, it's a condition arising phenomena. Condition arising phenomena, then you further investigate the cause. Each person has their own different causes. So once you can find out the cause, then contemplate. It's just a cause and effect relationship. Mentally tell yourself, just cause and effect relationship. They are not perfect. Mentally tell yourself, just cause and effect relationship. They are not permanent. They are not belonging to myself. Just cause and effect relationship. This is called wise attention. Seeing things according to the truth. This way of contemplating is very effective to block all the defilements to stay long in your heart. Lastly, the fifth contemplation, murderous form as murderous form. Okay, previously we have talked about this five aggregate. When you get close to it, then when you get close to it, crave for it, it will kill you because of your craving and clinging. So these five aggregates Buddha compared these five aggregates as murderer. So when the four elements arise in the body or the pain arise in the body, one after elements arise in the body or the pain arise in the body, one after another. Isn't it like murderer killing you? Yes or no? Yes. So at this time you can note it, murderer pain, murderer form as murderer form. is killing me. Murderer form as, and also whatever feeling you experience, let's say pleasant feeling. When pleasant feeling arises, you can contemplate impermanent pleasant feeling as impermanent pleasant feeling. Or you also can contemplate painful. Even though it's pleasant, but you also can contemplate it as painful. Why? Because it will change. It will change. There's no permanent pleasant feeling. Never. If pleasant feeling changes, then it becomes unpleasant. So you note. Before that, you already see it will change. So you note unpleasant first. You note painful first. Painful feeling as painful feeling. And since it changed, and when it becomes painful, it's piercing your heart. Therefore, it becomes murderer feeling. Right? And whatever state that arises in your mind, fear, worry, anger, jealousy, desire, when all this unwholesome state that arise in your mind, if you don't contemplate it with mindfulness and wisdom, the mind will immediately cling to it. When you cling to it, then you will be killed. You will be killed by your clinging and craving. And at that time, all this state of mind become the murderer. So you contemplate it as murderer. So you contemplate it as murderer mental state, or whatever, murderer fear, murderer worry, and this all kills me in the round of rebirth. So you contemplate all this murderer form or murderer consciousness as murderer consciousness. Okay? So please repeat to me what are the 5 ways. The first one, we take form as example. First, impermanent form as impermanent form. Second, fourth, conditioned form as conditioned form. Last one, murderer form as murderer form. So among these 5, you can choose any one that suits the circumstances, the one that suits the circumstances the most. Sometimes you get tired with impermanent. Oh my, there are another 4 ways to contemplate. You can contemplate selfless, murderer, and so on. Play with it. Okay? So if you contemplate in this, play with it. Okay? So if you contemplate in this way, and Venerable Sariputta said, if you contemplate in this way, then you will not become engaged with 5 aggregate. You will not cling to 5 and upon this 5 aggregate as myself. When you do not engage and take upon a stand upon them as myself, and this same 5 aggregates of clinging to which one does not become engaged, and this will lead to one's welfare and happiness for a long, long time. Okay? Understand? Understand or not? Okay. So this enough for your today's lesson, and put into practice for today. Get used to it before you go back. When you go back, you will forget one. Even in a retreat, I keep on reminding you again and again, you still forget. Don't expect when you go back, you can remember. Okay? Okay, thank you so much. Dewata Satamang Muni Rajasa Sunantu Saka Mokhadang Dhamma Sawana Kalo Ayang Badanda
Dhamma sawana kalo ayang badanda. Dhamma sawana kalo ayang bhagavato arahato samaha sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samaha sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samaha sambuddhassa. Okay, so today I would like to change new topic. No more talking impermanent suffering non-self. I think you will get bored already. And also because I think most of you get it already. Yeah? So I changed to another topic. Okay. Dependent origination. Paticca samuppada. Every morning we recite iti imasaming sati idang hoti imasupada idang upajati imasaming asati idang nahoti imasa niroda idang nirujati. What's the meaning? When this exists, that thing. When this exists, that exists. When this arises, that arises. When this ceases, that ceases. So this shows that ceases. So this shows that when this arises, that arises. This shows condition arising dharma. Everything is condition produced, condition reason phenomena. Arise that arises. When this arises, that arises. It shows the cause and effect. Okay, so the dependent origination all talk about cause and effect. The conditioning that cause conditioned dharma to arise, and that in turn become conditioning for a new conditioned dharma to arise. Okay. For example, avijja paccaya sankhara. Ignorance depend on ignorance karmic formation. Okay. So ignorance is conditioning dharma. And the conditioned dharma, karmic formation, now become the conditioning dharma for consciousness to arise. So, you see, one phenomena is conditioned. This is dependent origination. Okay. Let me explain to you one by one. Avijja paccaya sankhara. Okay. Depend on ignorance, karmic formation. What is ignorance? What is ignorance? Avijja. Not knowing. Not knowing Four Noble Truths. Avijja means darkness, not knowing. Black, darkness, you cannot see things clearly. So you cannot see things clearly because of mental blindness. Mental blindness. So avijja, not knowing what? Not knowing the noble, Four Noble Truths, which is the essence of the teaching. Noble Truth, which is the essence of the teaching of the Buddha, the core teaching of the Buddha. When Buddha arose in the world, the first talk he gave, the first talk he shared with 5 bhikkhus is turning the wheel of the Dhamma related with Four Noble Truths. So as a practitioner,
you must fully understand Four Noble Truths. So what is first Noble Truth? Not knowing the truth of suffering. And because of this truth of suffering, most people come closer to the teaching of the Buddha. Because the truth of suffering is universal truth. No one can escape from it. No one can escape from it. But Buddha give you a way to overcome it. Therefore, in the teaching of the Buddha, you see hope. Okay. So what's the truth of suffering? Today I'm not going to deal this topic for long, because if I deal with this topic for long, 3 lectures. I want to finish the whole dependent origination roughly only. No time for me. So first, not knowing the truth of suffering. What is the truth of suffering? Everybody knows. Birth, old age, death, separate from the beloved one, or associate with hated one, unbeloved one, and cannot get what you want. And finally, the last one, the 5 aggregate of clinging, is the noble truth of suffering. In short, 5 aggregate is this is very important. You have to understand this. If you want to understand this more, you go to my website, sayalay-susīla.net. There I have so many talk about Four Noble Truths, the 5 aggregate of clinging. Okay, so ignorant, not knowing, for example, formations, waji, verbally, karmic formation, physically, karmic formation, and mentally, karmic formation. So how? Now I'm going to link how depend on ignorant karmic formation arise. Some people can recite this dependent origination, but they do not know how they relate to each other. Okay, so how depend on first noble truth? Depend on not knowing the truth of suffering. Depend on not knowing the truth of suffering, one perform karmic formation. So must understand ignorance first and understand what is karmic formation. Another explanation of karmic formation is punyabi sankhara. Punyabi sankhara is all the wholesome karma that perform in sensual world, like dana, sila, bhavana, listening to talk, all the wholesome karma we call punyabi sankhara. Another one, apunyabi sankhara, all the unwholesome things that one perform, like killing, telling lies, sexual, all these are called apunyabi sankhara. And last one, aninjabi sankhara. This is regarding the jhana attainment, or jhana attainment, okay, which is purely wholesome. So okay, now depend on not knowing the truth of suffering, one perform karmic formation. So if you don't know 5 aggregate of clinging, right? You think existence itself is happiness. Therefore, you want to reserve your existence. You don't want to die. Even you die, you know death is inevitable. How to get new life? You have to perform. If you want to get new life in heaven, then you do wholesome karma, right? What wholesome karma? Dana, sila, like service you all do in the morning. Listening to talk, like service you all do in the morning. Listening to talk, helping other people, serving the parents, and so on. So in order to reborn in heaven, so you do karmic formation. You do all good deeds so that you can reborn in heaven. You do all good deeds so that you can reborn in heaven or you can reborn in human world. Why you want to take rebirth? Yes, because you are ignorant of the truth of suffering. Because you are ignorant of the suffering of existence, which is the first noble truth. Not knowing the existence itself is suffering. Not knowing the first noble truth. Five aggregate of clinging. Five aggregate is new existence, is suffering. Therefore, we inspire to be reborn again and again, whether in Brahma world, in heaven world, or in human world. Of course, not in four worldful state. Okay. So this is how dependent on not knowing the truth of suffering, then one perform karma. Therefore, dependent on avijja, dependent on ignorant karmic formation. Understand? Okay. This only first noble truth only. Then, okay. Understand? Okay. This only first noble truth only. Then, okay. How not knowing the second noble truth? What is the second noble truth? The cause, the origin of suffering. What is the origin of suffering? What is the origin of suffering? Craving. There are three types of craving. What are the craving? What are the three cravings? First, craving for sensual pleasures. All human beings, we, including devas, all sensual world. We live in sensual world. Pali we call kama vachara. Kama is sensual. So since we live in sensual world, so our aim is to chase after sensual pleasures. This is very normal, not abnormal. We all monastic are abnormal because living in the sensual world, we renounce the sensual pleasures. So this type of people very few, right? Well, most people chase after sensual pleasures because we are living in sensual world. It's very common. And like us, go against the current. So current, we go against the current. Therefore, life for us is not easy. For you, it's more easy. Okay. So, first, craving for sensual pleasures. Second, craving for existence. The third one, craving. As a human being, we ignorant. We do not know craving itself. Craving for sensual pleasures is unwholesome. We do not know. And we do not know craving for life is also unwholesome. And because we do not know craving itself is unwholesome, so we perform karma. That karma is enjoy sensual pleasures. You enjoy your visible object, watching TV, watching movie, or watching beautiful men, watching beautiful women, watching show, and so on. And you enjoy sensual pleasure through your ear, listening to music, listening to sweet talk, or whatever talk you like. And you enjoy different fragrance. You enjoy different tastes every day. So every time there's craving, there's enjoyment, there's karma formation. You enjoy bodily touch. Even not opposite touch, but soft touch. The moment you have that craving, that attachment to whatever your body feels, there is craving, there's attachment already. There is karmic formation. And also you can think unwholesome thought or wholesome thought. Even wholesome thought, also karmic formation. Why? Because it's accompanied with latent defilement of craving and ignorance. Therefore, it's still considered karmic formation. So not knowing craving is unwholesome. So we let loose our senses and enjoy whatever we want. Therefore, our senses and enjoy whatever we want. Therefore, depend on not knowing the second noble truth, which is craving, we perform karmic formation, enjoy all sensual pleasures. Understand? Okay. Assistance. We also don't understand. Ignorance of craving for assistance is something unwholesome. It's not say unwholesome. It's a karmic formation. Craving for existence itself is karmic formation. So when we have craving for existence, in fact, we perform karmic formation mentally. Okay, this is not knowing the second noble truth. And for some people, they don't have the belief in the teaching of the Buddha. They thought to be reborn as Brahma. Then it become eternal life to reborn in Brahma world, which is a wrong view in the teaching of the Buddha, because there's no permanent world in the world except Nibbana. Okay? When there's no birth, there's no death. Whenever there is birth, there is death. When there's birth, there is death. So Nibbana is no birth, therefore no death. Okay? So for those who don't understand this point, so they inspire to become Brahma world, stay very long life in Brahma world and think it's eternal. And because of this wrong view, then they crave for this eternal existence. And because craving, not knowing, craving itself is the second knowing, not knowing, craving itself is the second noble truth of suffering. So he practiced jhana. When he practiced jhana, he attained jhana, first jhana or fourth jhana or immaterial jhana. Then after that, he reborn in Brahma world. So depend on not knowing, craving for existence in Brahma world. So depend on not knowing, craving for existence is the origin of suffering. One perform karmic formation of achieving jhana in order to reborn in Brahma world. This is how dependent on ignorant formation. Is it clear? Okay, good. Okay, the third noble truth. What's the third noble truth? Cessation. Not knowing the cessation of suffering, which is what? What is the cessation of suffering? Yes, Nibbana. Okay, then how to achieve Nibbana? Because many people don't understand Nibbana. So if we say Nibbana is still very far away from us, right? So what is the cessation of suffering? Very easy to understand. I give you one key word so that you can remember for the entire one key words so that you can remember for the entire life. What is the cause of suffering? Craving. So what's the cessation of suffering? Letting go of that craving. So you can understand already now. So every time you come to the cause of suffering. So when we destroy, uproot all the craving, then we reach the cessation of suffering, right? So what's the cessation of suffering? Uproot or letting go, or uproot or remove completely the origin of suffering, which is craving. So, and if you understand this point, you also understand the whole practice. What is the whole practice? The whole practice is to let go of craving, right? So how to let go? So how to let go? How to, Yes, how to let go of the craving? Craving arises in you. How you let go of it? You must be able to answer. Otherwise, craving arises in your mind. How to let go? Yeah, I have been teaching you repeatedly again and again. I thought you understand this, so I changed my topic today. Right? So craving is the mental state of mind, contemplation of mind. So craving arises in you, note, impermanent, vanishing, not myself, conditionally arisen Dhamma. So from moment to moment, you cut your craving. Cut it until it becomes very thin. And then when the time ripe, one inside knowledge, you completely destroy the craving. If you don't destroy the craving moment to moment, then it accumulates. If you don't destroy the craving moment to moment, then it accumulates, become thicker and thicker. It becomes so difficult to uproot because the root is so deep rooted already. Like you extract the grass. When the root is very shallow, one pull is out already. When the root is very shallow, one pull is out already. But you don't pull it when it is shallow, then it becomes deeper. Right? The root go to very deep. Similarly, whatever craving arises in you, craving for sense, craving for visible objects, sound, body, mind, and so on, if you do not note or do not contemplate impermanent, not myself, suffering, then that root, the root of craving, go 1 inch deeper. Second time it arises, you didn't contemplate, it goes 2 inches deeper. And 100, one day maybe you're 50, you do not note. So one day craving, the root of craving go to 50 inches. Only one day. We have how many days, how many years to live on? This is how we keep on accumulate craving more and more if we do not contemplate. Craving more and more if we do not contemplate impermanent, vanishing, suffering, or non-self and conditioned Dhamma. If we do not contemplate, craving is murderer. We have 5 ways of contemplation we shared yesterday. Do you remember? Yes. So cannot answer, then you do not get it. If you can answer, it means that you get it. If you get it, you know the whole practice of the Dhamma already. Right? Dhamma, I can explain it in many ways, but the answer remains the same. I can explain it in this way, that way, but when we come craving, due to ignorance, not knowing craving is the truth of suffering, then one perform karmic formation. Okay. And so the third one, not knowing the cessation, the third noble truth, not knowing the cessation, noble truth, not knowing the cessation of suffering, which is letting go or uproot, letting go of craving. Then one perform karmic formation, as I mentioned just now. Then one perform karmic formation, as I mentioned just now. Some people they think reborn in a Brahma world is eternal. In fact, it's a craving for existence, right? So he doesn't understand. So he practiced jhana in order to reborn in Brahma world. So he doesn't understand the cessation of suffering is to destroy all craving. Craving for sensual pleasures, craving for existence, and craving for non-existence. Because of not knowing, blindness. So he performed karma in material world or material world. Okay? And for some people, some belief, they don't understand the cessation of craving. For some religions, they don't understand the cessation of craving is to letting go the craving for existence. So they perform letting go the craving for existence. So they perform some unwholesome karma, like suicide bomb, how to call? Suicide with bomb. Commit suicide with bomb and hurt other people, kill other people. They thought they can reborn in heaven to enjoy the bliss of heaven. And because of that wrong understanding, they do not know the actual cessation of suffering is to let go all type of craving. So they perform this type of unwholesome karma and finally end up in this, what we mean, dependent on avijja, not knowing the third noble truth, which is cessation of all craving, then one perform karmic formation. Understand? Okay. Okay, the last one. What's the last one? Okay. Okay, the last one. What's the last one? Now knowing the path leading to the cessation of suffering. So, what is the path leading to the cessation of suffering? Noble Eightfold Path. Noble Eightfold Path, way of explanation first. Later on, then I will give another way of explanation. So, what is the Noble Eightfold Path? First one, Samadhi, right view. What is right view? There are many types of right view. Understand the law, then understand what is wholesome, what is unwholesome. It's also right view. So there are two, mundane right view and supra-mundane right view. Mundane right view, you know what are the wholesome things. Dana, sila, bhavana, service and so on. You know all this, dana, sila, bhavana, service and so on. You know all this wholesome can produce wholesome effect. This is called right view. And if you understand all phenomena are anicca, dukkha, anatta, this is also right view. We call vipassana right view. And finally, you eradicate all. We call vipassana right view. And finally, you eradicate all wholesome and unwholesome. This is also right view, called supramundane right view, reaching nibbana. It's called supramundane right view. Right view is like the first light in the morning. 曙光地线曙光. The first light in the morning, right view compare with the first light in the morning. If in the morning they live in the darkness, right? And what you do, what you act, what you think are in the darkness because there's no light guiding you. Therefore, the first light in the morning who can dispel the darkness is called right view. It's called right view. As a Buddhist practitioner, although we need to cultivate dana, but that dana, when you cultivate dana, must be accompanied with right view. Whatever you do, dana sila or whatever you do must be accompanied with right view. Only then you will not be doing something wrong and yet do not know. So if your view is right, the following 7 factors. If your view is wrong, the following 7 factors will be wrong. Therefore, please cultivate right view when you become Buddhist. Right view first. Okay, second one, noble truth is also called right view. Knowing for noble truth is right view. And the second one, right thought. I'm not going detail. Right thought. The third one, right speech, right action, right livelihood. And the sixth, right effort. Right effort is very important. Many people think that if I can sit very long, I have right effort. There is only one way of right effort. Another way of right effort is whatever unwholesome state that arises in your mind, you have the effort to arouse your mindfulness and wisdom to dispel the unwholesome state that has arisen in your mind. This is very important right effort. Sitting on the cushion for 2 hours is getting up from cushion. If there are unwholesome thoughts that arise in your mind, you entertain it, develop it more and more, then you have no right effort. So whatever unwholesome state that arise in you, you must have the effort to arouse your mindfulness and wisdom to note anicca, dukkha, anatta, impermanent, suffering, and non-self. This is also important right effort. Understand? Okay. Then the last one, right mindfulness. There are 4 foundations of mindfulness. You understand, practice. There are 4 foundations of mindfulness. You understand, practice this 4 foundations of mindfulness is called right mindfulness. The last one, right concentration. Assess concentration towards jhana concentration is called right concentration. So we practice anapanasati in order to achieve assess concentration, right concentration. Okay, so this is one way of explanation of Noble Eightfold Path. In Salayatthana Sutta, Majjhima Nikaya, Buddha says, what is Noble Eightfold Path? If you can contemplate an impermanent suffering non-self, this is called right view. If you have the thought of anicca, dukkha, anatta, this is right thought. And if you are, this is right thought. And if you are mindful of anicca, dukkha, anatta, this is called right mindfulness. And if you have the effort to direct your mind to contemplate impermanent suffering, non-self, this is called right effort. And if you self, this is called right effort. And if you have the concentration, focus your mind on impermanent suffering and non-self of all phenomena, this is called right concentration. And right speech, right action, and right livelihood, we have purified already. Therefore, if you contemplate anicca, dukkha, anatta, you are practicing Noble Eightfold Path. Be confident. Okay? Okay, the next one. So if a person ignorant, if they do not know, then they do something out of this Noble Eightfold Path. For example, during Buddha's time, Buddha had subdued Mahakassapa. Mahakassapa, they all worship fire. They thought worship fire is the path. It's the path to escape from all suffering. The path. It's the path to escape from all suffering. Before Buddha arrived in the world, nobody know the path. Nobody know the correct path to escape from all suffering. All these practitioners, ascetic practitioners, they all want to escape from worship fire. And Buddha finally come using his psychic power to subdue Mahakassapa. Then Mahakassapa, 3 brothers, all become Arahant. Once they become Arahant, they give up the wrong practice. Right? And for some people, before Buddha arrived in the world, most Indian people thought self-mortification, torture oneself. Because he said all desire come from body. Right? We want to see, we want to hear, we want to touch, we want to have sex, all because of having the body. Not having the body, how can you enjoy life? All because of having the body. Not having the body, how can you enjoy life? How can you enjoy sensual pleasures? So they all have misunderstanding. They have ignorant thought all desire is the origin of suffering. So they thought all desire come from the body. So they thought all desire come from the body. So they torture the body. We call self-mortification. So they don't want to eat, or they torture the body in many ways so that they will not have desire. Even Buddha practiced self-mortification for 6 years, enlightenment, because he did not know the Noble Eightfold Path as well. So, therefore, not understanding, ignorant of the path to the cessation of suffering, then many people perform self-mortification, or some people believe only reciting, only mantra can lead them to the end of suffering. Or some tradition believe it only chanting. Only chanting can lead them to the end of suffering. But self-mortification or chanting or reciting mantra, and mortification or chanting or reciting mantra, and worshipping fire and so on, all these are called karmic formation. karmic formation. But since they are not the path to the end of suffering, so when one perform all this chanting, self-mortification, worshipping Deva and so on, and this one does not lead to the cessation of suffering. Instead, they lead to more and more rebirth. They lead to more and more rebirth. And when there is rebirth, when there is birth with unbeloved one and cannot get what you want, and again you attach to the new life again. When you attach to the new life again, there is craving, and craving lead to another existence again and again and again. Therefore, this trial again and again. Therefore, this trial links, dependent origination, revolve constantly. There's no end to it. Simply because of ignorance, not knowing correctly. Right? Right? So ignorance has two meanings. Not knowing correctly is one meaning. The second meaning, knowing wrongly. Worse. No, knowing correctly, knowing wrongly, then you follow the wrong path, right? So ignorance means not knowing correctly Four Noble Truths. But knowing wrongly. How knowing wrongly? I have explained to you already. First Noble Truth, not knowing. And when you know wrongly, how it turn out. When you know wrongly, how it turn out. Just turn your mind a little bit, the answer comes. Let's say clinging to five aggregate is the noble truth of suffering. This is the correct view. Now, we do not know clinging to five aggregate is the truth of suffering. We do not know. Ignorance. Aggregate is the truth of suffering. We do not know. Ignorance. So ignorance not only not knowing, but knowing wrongly. So what's the answer? Yeah, craving or clinging to five aggregate. Okay, let me repeat. Sometimes I thought your mind can turn very fast. But still I see your mind stuck here and there. Okay, stuck here and there because not truly understand the teaching of the Buddha. During Buddha's time, no, we show me PowerPoint. There's no PowerPoint during Buddha's time. Not tricky at all, simply because you don't understand Dhamma correctly, okay? When I teach Abhidhamma, I only use PowerPoint because it's too complicated. Other times, I feel that using visual is a distraction. It's a distraction of the mind. Because listen to Dhamma, you got to be listen very attentively. This is the advantage of having the ear. The ear is to listen to Dhamma talk, not to listen to music. Okay. So let me try once more and last. The meaning of ignorance, there are two meanings of ignorance. One is not knowing. So first, we do not know clinging to five aggregate is the truth of suffering. This one everybody knowing wrongly. So regarding the first noble truth, how a person know wrongly. Okay. Anyone want to try answer? Yes. You're not partially correct. Correct. This is the answer I want. So you first not knowing the clinging to five aggregate is the truth of suffering. Knowing wrongly, the clinging to five aggregate is the truth of happiness. That's all. Right? You thought clinging to your five aggregate give you satisfaction, give you pleasurable, give you happiness. This is called knowing wrongly. I don't think it's called your mind just need to twist a little bit. Okay? Got it or not? Okay. Okay, the second one. Not knowing the craving is the origin of suffering. Not knowing craving is the origin of suffering. It's ignorant. Knowing craving is the origin of suffering. It's ignorant. The first meaning. What's the second meaning of knowing wrongly? Yeah, same thing. We do not know craving is the... Yeah, same thing. We do not know craving is the origin of suffering. We know wrongly craving is the origin of happiness. Same thing. Think craving gives us pleasurable, pleasant feeling. It's called know wrongly. Okay, the third one. Not knowing wrongly. Okay, the third one. Not knowing cessation of craving is the cessation of all suffering. No. The first is not knowing. Second is knowing wrongly craving can give or knowing wrongly craving lead to cessation of suffering. Only destroy knowing, uproot knowing lead to cessation of suffering. But knowing wrongly, thought, this craving leads to the end of suffering, which is just opposite. Okay? Okay, the last one. First, not knowing Noble Eightfold Path is the path to the end of suffering. It's the path to the end of suffering. And knowing wrongly, apart from Noble Eightfold Path, other practices. Worshipping fire, worshipping Deva, then chanting and mantra, or self-mortification, or indulgence in sensual play, the path leading to the cessation of suffering. Okay, understand? It's a little bit twist. How to call? Little bit. It takes little bit time to understand. Okay, so you must understand. Okay, so you must understand not only not knowing, you also must understand knowing wrongly. If you do not know you are practicing wrongly, then you cannot change your practice. Because you do not know you practice wrong, right? So knowing wrongly is because you do not know you practice wrong, right? So knowing wrongly is also important. And also, so because of not knowing not knowing the Four Noble Truths and know wrongly the correct way, then one perform the correct way, then one perform different types of karmic formation. When a person perform different type of karmic formation, whether verbally, physically, and mentally, then every karmic formation, whether wholesome or unwholesome, leave behind karmic potency, karmic energy. And this karmic energy, when met with favorable conditions, it will sprout. Sprout become new life, or new consciousness will arise. Rebirth, we call rebirth consciousness. Okay. So, whether good or wholesome or unwholesome, leave behind karmic energy. Then, a question for you, which I have already given you the answer. Where is this karmic energy stored? Where is stored? I give you answer already, right? Just one. Where is stored? I give you answer already, right? Just want to see whether you remember it or you already forgot. Where the karmic energy stored? Okay, the correct answer is the body does not belong to me anymore. But the consciousness keep on going. consciousness, one arise, pass away, one arising, passing away, arising, passing away from moment to moment. And this karmic energy just, what to call, latent or hidden. It cannot be seen by eyes. Even consciousness cannot be seen by eye, right? So this karmic energy go along with this consciousness, but when it bear fruit, that we do not know. Because everything depends on cause and condition. When the condition ripen, it bears fruit. When condition is not cause and condition. When the condition ripen, it bears fruit. When condition is not ripening, then it's just hidden there. Dormant, lie dormant there. Okay? So, depend on ignorant karmic formation, depend on karmic formation consciousness. What is this consciousness? Depend on karmic formation consciousness. What is this consciousness? There are two ways to explain this consciousness. One is rebirth consciousness. And so this rebirth consciousness can be arise in sensual world as human being, or as deva, or as hell being, or as hungry ghost, or as animal, right? Or it can this consciousness can be arise in material world, in Brahma world, or can arise in immaterial world, beings who have no body. Who decide this consciousness to arise in sensual world, in material world, or in immaterial world? Who decide? Yes, karmic formation. Therefore, we say depend on karmic formation, consciousness. So who decide? We say depend on karmic formation, consciousness. So who decide? Depend on karmic formation. What type of karmic you perform? So correspondent with that karmic formation, that rebirth consciousness take in certain plane of existence, in certain plane of existence, correspond to the karmic formation one perform. Understand? Is it difficult or easy? Easy or difficult? Logical. This side logical, that side. Can understand? Can understand? Okay. Okay. Then, because to digest also not so easy, I should stop here, and hopefully I can finish tomorrow. But I don't think I can finish tomorrow. First, I thought I want to go very fast. Samahanta cakkawalesu atra gaccantu dewata saddhammang muni rajasa sunantu sakamo kadang dhamma sunantu sakamo kadang dhamma sawana kalo ayang badanda dhamma sawana kalo ayang badanda Dhamma sawana kalo ayang badanda. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Okay, today I'm not going to continue my talk. I'm not going to continue my talk yesterday. So upon request, I changed my topic. I think suitable for today's audience as well. Okay, otherwise you cannot follow. So today I'm going to talk about becoming a stream enterer. We all come to practice the Dhamma with the aim to become a noble one, with the aim to become a stream enterer. Therefore, we must know what are the Therefore, we must know what are the prerequisites, what are the factors that lead to becoming a stream enterer. You may not understand what is stream enterer. What is the meaning of stream? Stream means noble eightfold path. Enterer, a person who enter into noble eightfold path is called stream enterer. And in the practice of the teaching of the Buddha, the path divides into four. And the first attainment is called stream enterer. And this stream enterer, what is the benefit by attaining stream enterer? By attaining stream enterer, the biggest or the most valuable benefit is he or she never fall into four wounds. After attaining stream enterer, he may enjoy sensual pleasures, but never worry of falling into four woeful states. I would like to give an example. In Samyutta Nikaya, there is regarding Mahanama. Mahanama is Sakyan, I think it's Sakyan prince. So one day, he reported to the Buddha. He said, Venerable Sir, this Kapilavatthu, he stayed in Kapilavatthu, is rich and prosperous, crowded with congested people and thoroughfares. So in the evening, when I am entering Kapilavatthu, after visiting the Blessed One, worthy of respect, then I come across a stray elephant, a stray horse, many beautiful women, crowded with villagers, and it means that when he entered into the city, the eyes and the mind was occupied by this sensual object. And he said, on that occasion, Venerable Sir, my mindfulness regarding the Blessed One becomes muddled, become not clear. My mindfulness regarding the Dhamma becomes unclear. My mindfulness regarding the Sangha also becomes unclear. The thoughts then occurs to me, die, while enjoying sensual pleasures by the eyes. Okay? If at this moment I should die, what would be my destination? What would be my future rebirth? So he was so worried. If I die while enjoying sensual pleasures through my eyes or through my ears and so on, what would be my destination? Then Buddha said, don't be afraid, Mahanama. Don't be afraid. Your death will not be a bad one. Your demise will not be a bad one. When a person's mind has been fortified over a long time by faith, virtue, learning, generosity, crows, vultures, dogs, jackals, or various creatures eat his body, consisting of form composed of the four great elements originating from mother and father, subject to impermanence, to being worn and rubbed away, to breaking apart, his mind, which has been fortified over a long time by faith, veracity, and wisdom that goes upwards, goes to distinction. Okay. So, this why Mahanamas, although he is enjoying sensual pleasures, but even though if you die at that moment, you discard your body, but your mind will only go upward, never go down. Because Mahanama is stream enterer. So what I want to say is that this is the greatest enterer. When you become stream enterer, the gate of four woeful state shut completely. You have no more worry of death. Because after that, you have better destination. And your mind only go upward, never go down. And your mind only go upward, never go down. So this is the greatest benefit to become stream enterer. And you have full enlightenment at the end. Regardless whether you want it or not. Regardless whether you want it or not. Even you do an arahant, your end also will reach arahant once you become stream enterer. The maximum takes you 7 lives. So 7 lives, you feel that no, I don't want to become arahant. No, not possible. You will achieve arahant. Okay? So it's called fixation. So this is the greatest benefit to become stream enterer. Then what are the factors for becoming a stream enterer? Number 1. Please write down, it's important for you. Associate with wise person. Associate with wise person. However, Buddha say in another Anguttara Nikaya, in order to know who is wise person, you must have some foundation. Otherwise, right? The fool will never understand who is the fool. But the wise understand who is the fool and who is the wise. Right? So in Anguttara Nikaya, however, I forgot the number, the sutta number. He said that first you must have wisdom. He said that first you must have wisdom in order to distinguish, in order to understand this person, is it wise companion or wise friend or not. And also you must be staying with him, right? And this wise person must equip or endowed with learning the sutta, learning the Abhidhamma, learning the teaching of the Buddha, and he also must be a practitioner. Not only theory, not only learning in theory, but he himself must be practitioner, practice what the Buddha taught to a certain extent. And this wise person must be able to dispel all your doubt. Must be able to guide you along the path. Because during the practice, there are some, hindrances, some doubts that arise in you. And if you approach the wrong person, you end up in wrong destination. Show you the correct path, who can clarify your doubt, dispel all your doubt, and overcome and give the way to help you to overcome all the hindrances, then you will reach correct destination. So by associating with a wise person, you are safe and you have confidence you can finish the path, because the wise companion constantly give you encouragement whenever you need. But you need to approach him and her. Otherwise, Karyamita will not approach you first. Buddha will never simply give Dhamma talk if no one requests. Okay, so this is the first criteria. Okay, so this is the first criteria for becoming a stream enterer if you have the chance, opportunity to associate with the wise. However, as I say, you must be a wise person in order to be a wise person, in order to know who is wise. Okay. Second criteria to become a stream enterer is listening to true Dhamma. Listening to Dhamma and listening to true Dhamma, these are two different things. If you're listening to entertaining Dhamma, it makes you happy, laugh. After you get up from meditation hall, people ask you, what is the monk talk about? What is the speaker talk about? I don't know. Or entertaining Dhamma. So Buddha say, listening to true Dhamma. He emphasized true Dhamma. So what is true Dhamma? I would like to quote from Sutta. From Anguttara Nikaya. You see, I give a Dhamma talk. Anguttara Nikaya. You see, I give a Dhamma talk. I to bring out all Sutta. To tell you that this is not what I say. This is what Buddha say. Okay? So Buddha give advice to Bhikkhuni Gotami. He said, what is true Dhamma? Gotami. Those things of... He said, what is true Dhamma? Gotami. Those things of which you might know. This thing, there are 8 things. We call true Dhamma. These things lead first to dispassion. Not to passion. If you practice Dhamma, then you become more passionate. You attach to this more. You attach to your mind and body more. You attach to your family more. You attach to your career even more. Then this is called, this Dhamma, not the true Dhamma, and passion. So from time to time, you have to check yourself. Okay? The second, these things lead to detachment, not to bondage. Almost same like first one. It's mentaling. It's mental. Not to building up. For example, after practicing the Dhamma, you want to earn more money. You want to have more bungalow. You want to have more car. From Kanjia change to Mercedes. So you want to build up more and more your property, your belonging. Then this is called not the true Dhamma. You have learned, but you do not learn the true Dhamma. Okay? So this Dhamma is not for building up, but for dismantling. Okay? Number 4. Those things that lead to fewness of desires, not to strong desires. Desires can be applied to six sense object, or to whatever desire you have to your family object, or to whatever desire you have to your family, to your career, to your mind and body as well. Or you desire to have more life to come. You have desire to enjoy your life in the heaven. Because in the heaven, especially men, female, life in the heaven. Because in the heaven, especially men, female, men deva. Men deva, if you are powerful men deva, when you appear in the heaven, you have 500 deities, female deity on your right side, and 500 female deities on your left side, waiting for you. This is how some of the terrorists, they are promised, if you can kill those who are not believers on what, then you, when you kill them, you bomb, commit suicide, you will be reborn in heaven with all these women surrounded you. Because I don't understand their teaching at all. However, I don't think all think in this way, okay? Only some extremists think in that way, okay? So these things lead to fewness of desires. Your desire become less and less, less and less, not more and more. So from time to time, please check your practice. Okay? And number 5, these things lead to contentment, not to non-contentment. When you practice the Dhamma, when you listen to the true, when you practice the Dhamma, when you listen to the true Dhamma, as you practice according to the true Dhamma, you feel that you become easily contented. You don't demand so much. For example, you come to retreat, whatever food other people offer to you, you feel very contented. You don't say, then you are not contented. This shows that your attitude, your mentality shows that you are not progressing in the Dharma. When you progress in the Dhamma, you want less and less, not more and more. Okay? Not more and more. Okay? And the next, number 6. These things lead to solitude, not to company. So after practicing the Dhamma for a period of time, many people will come to me and tell me, say, Sister Sayalay, after practicing the Dhamma, I want to stay alone. I don't like to associate with so many people as before. Then I say, correct. This is the way. If after practicing the Dhamma, you want to have more friends, then this is not correct. Buddha say, not I say, don't blame me, okay? I quote the sutta from what Buddha said. So from time to time, you check yourself. Because if you associate with more people, you accumulate more defilements. Especially those who are not a practicer, who are not view from you. Then you keep on dispute with them, quarrel with them, argue with the views. Then what they say will influence you as well if you are not firm in your practice. They cause a lot of restlessness, cause a lot of doubt, a lot of defilements. Therefore, after learning the Dhamma, you want to have more time. Therefore, after learning the Dhamma, you want to have more time for yourself. You want to have more time to listen to the Dhamma, to practice the Dhamma, so you don't have time for association with other people. But you can associate with Dhamma friend, because this group of Dhamma friend support each others. This group of Dhamma friend support each others. So long you are not independent in your practice, you need Kalyanamitta, a group of practitioners who practice the same thing, who have same view to support each others. You cannot be alone if you are not strong in your practice. Okay. Number 7, these things lead to the arousing of energy, not to laziness. So the true Dhamma can arouse your energy. You want to practice harder and harder. Especially when you go back home. If you become more and more lazy, then you are not practicing the true Dhamma. Because the true Dhamma gives you joy, happiness. So in order to have joy and happiness, you need to arouse your energy. Otherwise, how can you get the Dhamma? That go back home, you have, in order to achieve, to have more joy and happiness in the Dhamma, you need to apply or to arouse your energy, not to become more and more lazy. Okay? The last one, being easy to support, not to being difficult to support. For a lay person, and when you come to a retreat, some people, especially my center, we don't have comfortable dwelling. I cannot give you each one single room. Cannot give you each one single room with bathroom attached. This in USA, single room with bathroom attached, each day costs you $150 US. Or may cost you, without bathroom attached single room, maybe cost you 80, or may cost you, without bathroom attached single room, maybe cost you 80 to 100 US dollar. And here, I don't charge you even a cent, right? All depend on your donation. If you like to give or if you like to give donation, you give it happily. We never ask you must donation, you give it happily. We never ask you must pay 5 cents for a cup of drink. We do not limit you, don't use heater. We do not limit you anything. You do whatever you want. We try to provide you anything we can to as much as we can. If you request more, then you are a person, Buddha said, difficult to support. You become a person so difficult to support, then of course you will not. So if you are too fussy and complaining, then it shows that you are not progressing in the Dharma. Because Buddha said, if you practice the true Dharma, it leads to easy to support, not to being difficult, to support. Some people complained, my center, the bathroom is so small. Even that small thing also, he or she complained. I don't think she has concentration of the mind. Some people complain, the other party, small room, hot, and food. So far, nobody complained. We try our best to give you the best food. So far, nobody complained about the food. But people complain the dwelling, complain bathroom too small, complain too hot. Too hot, I have to ask, please, during my retreat, rain. If every day rain, people complain, too much rain. So we cannot complain. The only thing we can do is keep on contemplating the defilements that is arising in your mind. But this satisfaction that is arising in your mind. But this satisfaction arise, contemplate it as what? Impermanent. Not myself. If too hot, then contemplate heat element. Fire element as not myself. You can be 100% satisfied. Not possible. Sometimes it can come to a very good place, but the teaching of the speaker is not satisfying. So you have some missing part again, right? Therefore, don't complain. Try to check your mind. Whatever defilements that arise in your mind, note it. It gives you an opportunity to see your defilement and to contemplate it constantly so that you gain the strength of the Dharma. When you have the strength of the mind, you will never complain because that gives you so much joy and happiness. Right? I remember when I was in Burma, every morning we eat red bean and white porridge. Every day. Same thing. If I want to complain, the only choice. If I want to complain, the only choice I have is to leave. Right? Leave the place. This is the end of the suffering. Right? But so long my desire, my energy, my desire for the Dhamma still there, I can cope with my energy. My desire for the Dhamma still there, I can cope with all difficulties. This is called arousing your effort, arousing your energy so that you become easy to support. You become easily contented. Okay? So Buddha said, after this is Dhamma. The true Dhamma. When you listen to the true Dhamma, this leads to these 8 things. And this is the Dhamma, this is the true Dhamma, this is the discipline, this is the true teaching of the true Dhamma. So what type of true Dhamma can lead to these 8 things? First is 4 noble truths. Constantly listen to 4 noble truths can lead to these 8 things. Okay, because my time is very short now, I'm not going to deal with this second criteria. Okay, The third one, the first one, to become stream enterer, you must associate with wise friend. The second one, listen to true Dhamma. The third one, wise attention, or wise attention, or wise attention, or careful attention. In the sutta, Buddha said, what is wise attention? What is careful attention? Attend to 5 aggregate carefully as non-self is called wise attention. Yoniso manasikara. Okay, and I would like to quote from Samyutta Nikaya. Khanda Samyutta. Khanda Samyutta. Mahakotita. One day, he approached Venerable Sariputta and asked him a very important question. However, the question he asked, until now, I did not see any speaker talk about it. Okay? So what is the question he asked? Mahakotita asked Venerable Sariputta, what are the things that a virtuous bhikkhu or a virtuous yogi you carefully attend to, so carefully or wisely attend to, so that he can become stream enterer? Directly, a question which we, the practitioners, should know. Let me repeat. Yogi should carefully or wisely attend to, so that he can become stream enterer. Listen carefully, okay? Venerable Sariputta answered. If a virtuous monk or yogis should attend to 5 aggregate subject to clinging as first, impermanent. You may say, impermanent again. My teaching is, you may say, impermanent again. My teaching is all impermanent. No? So, attend to 5 aggregate subject to clinging as first one, impermanent. Second, disintegrating. Disintegrating means vanishing, passing away. Okay? Then the third one, attend to 5 aggregate subject to clinging as dukkha, suffering. The fourth one, attend to 5 aggregate subject to clinging as a disease. The moment you sit, after 20 minutes, pain comes. Then you note vanishing, it goes away. After 1 minute, another pain comes. You note vanishing, it goes away. Another pain comes. So, although the pain subsides, you feel bliss, but another pain comes and go, arising and passing away. You feel this body is like disease. When you feel this body is like disease, then you attend to it. You pay wise attention to it. The body is like disease. This is how you pay wise attention to it. Okay? Pay wise attention to it. Okay? Then as a tumor, same thing. If you don't like the word disease, then you can see your body like a tumor, difficult to remove. The pain in the body is so difficult to remove. So you attend to it as a tumor. Arrow, as a dart. When the dart shoot, enter, go into your body, it's so difficult to extract it, to take it out. So you feel the pain, the dart enter into the body, pierce into your body, you feel it's so painful. Similarly, all 4 elements, the form, the feeling is painful like dart. You may think unpleasant feeling is painful like that is correct. No one can deny it. But how about pleasant feeling? Why pleasant feeling is pleasant feeling? Why pleasant feeling is also like that? Sometimes you have very good pleasant feeling. This time meditation is so good. You have so pleasant feeling. You enjoy it so much. Then after that, tomorrow you sit again, expect that pleasant feeling to come. Nothing happened. No pleasant at all. And because you try so hard with great expectation, you end up in unpleasant feeling. So why pleasant feeling is like that? Because of its impermanent. Because of its unable to, you cannot have pleasant feeling all the time as you want. When you want it, it never comes. When you don't want it, it comes. So you feel that, no, it's like that. Very painful also. So pleasant feeling should be contemplated as painful as well. Okay? Then as misery, sometimes your feeling, your perception. You perceive everything is beautiful. You perceive everything is happiness. But your life, your practical, your life tell you no. Suffering more than happiness. So having this perception to perceive everything is happiness is also miserable. Because it's wrong perception, distorted perception. And you also can five aggregate as an affliction, sickness. Having the mind. Having the mind is also like sickness, affliction, like misery, like that. Your mind, you please ask your mind, when can your mind, you please ask your mind, when can your mind have a chance to rest without thinking of anything? When? Sleep. Yes, sleep is most enjoyable time because you don't have to think of anything. Even on contemplating anicca, dukkha, vanishing, after some time your mind gets very tired. And when you get very tired, you should go back to anapanasati. When you go back to anapanasati, but when you go back to anapanasati, also very restless. The mind also think this and think this and think this and thinks that. So you say, wow, what troublesome, what misery having the mind. Never stop running here and there like monkey. When can the mind stop? If you have this type of intuition or you have this type of experience, so at this moment you should contemplate. Having the mind is miserable. Having the mind is like the mind is like a duct. The mind is like a tumor. So the only thing you want, you can let your mind stop sleep. But nowadays, to have deep sleep also difficult. When you lie down, thinking again, then sometimes dreaming. In the dream, there also the mind continue to, although it's very weak mental state, but the dreaming also makes you exhausted. So you long for one day. Also makes you exhausted. So you long for one day, the mind can stop. Body is easy to discard. When you die, you throw away your body. But you cannot throw away the mind. The mind has to keep on going. Arising, passing away, arising, passing away. Why? Some arahant, they want to enter into Nirodha Samapatti, the attainment of cessation. Nirodha Samapatti, Jin Ting. When they enter into Nirodha Samapatti, they make a determination. May the mind stop for 7 May the mind stop for 7 days. Then he will stay there by a banana stem for 7 days. To us, we say that no, enjoyable. Like a banana stem, how to enjoy sensual pleasures. Cannot think, cannot daydreaming, cannot do anything. Not enjoyable at all. To him, wow, bliss. No body, no mind, bliss. That's why what we perceive happiness to the mind of noble one is suffering. What the noble one perceives as suffering, we perceive as happiness. Noble one perceives as suffering, we perceive as happiness. Therefore, all these are called distorted, perverted view, perverted perception. So in this way, we behave differently from noble one. Okay. Previously, I said contemplate 5 aggregate subject to clinging as anicca, as disintegrating. This too is called anicca nupassana. Anicca nupassana. Anicca, impermanent. Anu mean impermanent. Anu mean anicca nupassana mean anicca anupassana. Anu mean repeatedly. Pasana means seeing. So repeatedly seeing 5 aggregate subject to clinging as impermanent, impermanent, as vanishing, as disintegrating. Okay, and the following one, to perceive 5 aggregate subject to clinging as suffering, as disease, as a tumor, as a dot, as a misery, as an affliction, pasana, satipatthana. Dukkha nupassana. Dukkha is suffering. Nu mean anu. Anu mean repeatedly. Pasana means seeing. Repeatedly seeing 5 aggregate as suffering. So as suffering, as disease, as tumor, and so on. So as suffering, as disease, as tumor, and so on. Okay? In the last 3, Venerable Sariputta said, pay wise attention to the 5 aggregate subject to clinging as alien, like stranger, more certain. As alien, you don't cling to them as I, myself. You see it as a stranger, it's beyond your control. Right? We cannot control stranger. Even your son and daughter, which whom they are not the stranger, also you cannot control. Right? So our body also, mind and body, this is the manifestation of atta only. The manifestation of self. Okay? Then the next one, you contemplate them as empty. Empty. If you say, how can it empty? My mind and body is here. No, empty means empty of self. Empty of self. Then you contemplate them as non-self. So there are 2 ways to contemplate anicca. There are 6 or 7 to contemplate as dukkha, and the last 3 you contemplate it as alien. You contemplate it as alien, as empty, as non-self. Is called anatta nupassana. Repeatedly contemplate, repeatedly seeing 5 aggregate as non-self, empty, and void or alien. As a conclusion, Venerable Sariputta said, when you can attend wisely or carefully to 5 aggregate subject to clinging as above, what I said before, then it is possible that you or he may realize the fruit of stream entry. So for this reason, my teaching always emphasize contemplate anicca, vanishing, contemplate suffering, contemplate non-self. To help you to become stream enterer faster. Okay? Okay, so the last criteria, the last factor for becoming a stream enterer is practice in accordance with the Dharma. What are the practice in accordance with the Dharma? You got to practice sila, taking your precept, purify your virtues, sila, samadhi, panya. Practice morality, concentration, and with you through this retreat already. How to practice concentration? I have teach you anapana already. Right? And the virtues you purify by taking the 8 precept. So if you complete this sila, samadhi, panya, you will achieve stream enterer. Okay? I have more to talk, but I don't think I have time. Okay? I have more to talk, but I don't think I have time. So Let me end the talk today. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Stephen, is it clear? The talk is for him. Because he inspired to become, not he only, many of us. Huh? Okay. Okay, any question?
The stream enterer, so you start the stream, beginning. According to, you mentioned you have 4 factors. So you have to listen, wise attention, and practice. The question is, how do you know we have graduated as a stream enterer? Become a one or non or one returner.
Okay.
Second question is...
One by one. Okay, in fact, I have intention to talk about after become stream enterer, what quality you have that you can recognize yourself as a stream enterer. However, I don't have time. But since you asked, I have to talk. Once you become stream enterer, there are 4 ways you can recognize yourself as a stream enterer. This is also mentioned in the Samyutta Nikaya. Buddha call it mirror of the Dhamma. So when you look at the mirror, you know whether you are stream enterer or not. I forgot which sutta, but they are. I just summarize. When you become unshakable faith to the Buddha, not to Buddha himself, to the enlightenment of the Buddha, and to the 9 qualities possessed by the Buddha, the 9 virtues of the Buddha. So you have that unshakable faith. And Buddha say, even the world system faith. And Buddha say, even the world system change. All the mountain, river, exhausted, disappear in the world. Your faith to the Buddha's enlightenment and qualities will not change. It's called unshakable faith. And similarly, unshakable faith to the Dhamma, to the 6 qualities of the Dhamma. Every day we recite, right? Swakato Bhagavata Dhammo Sanditiko Akaliko Ihipasiko Opanaiko Pachadang Veditabo Vinyohiti. These 6 qualities. You will not doubt Dhamma is leading onward. You will not doubt Dhamma is to be experienced by the wise. So the 6 quality you have no doubt at all. And the third one, you have unshakable faith towards the Sangha. The Sangha who practice honestly, who are straightforward, and so on. And they are worthy of respect. They have seen the Four Noble Truths, and they are worthy of respect, and so on. So you have the faith in them. This is the third one. The last one, unbroken Sila. You have unbroken Sila. Your Sila have unbroken Sila. Your Sila is purified. You will not break as a layperson. You will not break your 5 precepts. And these are precepts, the unbroken Sila will lead to further concentration and further enlightenment. So unbroken Sila is one of the criteria to check yourself whether you are stream enterer or not. According to Lady Sayadaw, he said that sometimes when a person becomes stream enterer, he may not know he becomes stream enterer. So, and then he said, give yourself 3 years to check whether intentionally you have broken your Sila or not. If within 3 years, sometimes you find that intentionally you break your Sila, then tell yourself, I am not. Because sometimes people think themselves they are Sotapan. So Buddha give this mirror of Dhamma. Because during Buddha's time, many monks will come and ask Buddha, this Mr. died already, what is his destination? And this bhikkhu died already, what is his destination? I get very tired. I'm not here to answer you all this type of question. So I teach you the mirror of the Dhamma. So this mirror, you check yourself, reflect yourself, whether you have unshakable faith to the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, and unbroken Sila or not? If yes, then you are stream enterer. You are stream enterer, and you will only go up, will not go down. Otherwise, no. So Buddha finally teach this mirror of the Dhamma. And to talk about unshakable faith to the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, I would like to quote one story in Namapada. Okay, this lay person, he is a leprosy, leper. So one day, by accident, he came across a street and noticed that a monk is giving a Dhamma talk, whom Buddha is giving a Dhamma talk. Then he stood there and listened to the Dhamma talk. After listening to the Dhamma talk, he became stream enterer. During Buddha's time, many people, by listening to Dhamma talk, become stream enterer. Then at that time, the Sakka, the god of 33, 31, the king of the god, he knew that this leper has become stream enterer. So he came down from heaven and transformed himself to a layperson, and he asked him, "You are a leper, afflicted by leprosy, and you are so poor. You live in misery. I can cure your sickness. I can give you abundant wealth. But you just have to say one word. Then I can give you whatever you want." Then this leper asked, "What you want me to say?" "You tell me, there is no Buddha, no Dhamma, no Sangha. And I can give you how many wives you want, I can give you, no problem." But this leper, since he has already become stream enterer, his faith to the triple gems is unshakable. Then he said, "Not possible." He said, "Master, not possible. Master, not possible. In your mind, I am poor, right? I'm afflicted by sickness. I am poor, living in poverty. However, I possess 7 jewels. The 7 jewels of Sotapanna. I don't have time to tell you what 7 jewels." So this story shows that a stream enterer has unshakable faith to the triple gems. No one can move his faith. Although the world come to end, although the 4 elements in the world disappear, that his faith will never shake. Disappear, that his faith will never shake. Okay?
这位师兄问，怎么知道自己是不是已经证了这个出果哈？那师父说哈，这个在相应部这个法镜子的镜法镜经一部经法镜经，其实有告诉我们，这个证入这一个圣流它有四种素质哈。第一个4种素质哈，第一个它有对于佛不动摇的这一个信心就算这个日夜变冷，会移动，会转变会改变，但是他对这个佛的这个信心呢是不会动摇的。那他对我们在早晚课诵经的时候有诵到这个一滴必收这个 Dhamma 那个 place to Dhamma 就是赞叹法的那一个部分有提到那6种素质另外他对身也有不动摇的这个信心第4个就是他不再破戒，也有不动摇的这个信心第4个就是他不再破戒了他不会再犯任何他所守的这个戒那因为这个戒呢是要证入这个定跟慧的一个必要的条件那缅甸的这个Lady沙都有讲说要看一个人他是不是真的是这个入流者要看他3年有破戒吗有没有 那我们自己也一样哈，假如我们以为自己已经证这个出果了，可是我们还会犯戒的话那我们就知道我们不是这个入流了有时候我们会以为自己是但其实不是。那佛在世的时候，也有很多人问他某某比丘往生了去哪里他是不是已经证果了？那佛陀对讲告诉大家什么是这个证出果的这个数字了那师父举一个法纪经的这个例子有一个麻风病人在佛事的时候，他听到一个比丘说法而证这个出果听到一个比丘说法而证这个出果。那这个萨嘎就是这个第4天33天的天主，他要去考察他是不是真的证这个出果就变成一个人就跟他讲说，我可以医好你的病，我可以给你很多钱，你要什么我都可以给你什么，包括很多的这个妻子你只要说一句话就是说你要告诉我这个世界上是没有三宝的那这个麻风病人已经证出果，他告诉他你觉得我很穷，可是我觉得我很富有，因为我有这个证得出果的这个气圣财什么是气圣财？因为时间有限，所以师父今天没有进一步解释。
Okay.
So the self, does it mean you have to eradicate the self to be a full Sotapanna?
Okay, your question, there's some mistake in your question. In order to eradicate the self, no. To eradicate the self, no. To eradicate the view, not the self. Okay? The view is one thing, the self is another thing. To eradicate the identity view in order to become Sotapanna. Yes.
Fully eradicate.
Identity view, not the conceit. Sometimes, because of conceit, you think yourself, I am superior than this. This is not identity view. This is conceit. I am lower than this, than my friend. My intelligence is equal with my friend. This is not identity. This is conceit. With my friend. This is not identity. This is conceit. So you must be able to differentiate what is identity view, what is conceit. Only Arahant has no conceit, but Sotapanna eradicate. Once he became Sotapanna, he has no more identity view. So I think now I understand why you see. There are two things I know yet tell. One, when you become Arahant, when you become Sotapanna, you eradicated identity view completely. You no more think a soul, a permanent soul, transmigrate from one place to another place. You do not see the self. You only see nama rupa arising according to condition. Okay, this is the first one. Sotapanna eradicate three factors. One is identity view. The second one is rites and rituals, 仪式. Because during Buddha's time, there are so many different ways of practice, but people wrongly think that way of practice can lead to nibbana. Just like self-mortification is very common even nowadays. You can still mortification is very common even nowadays. You can still see naked aesthetic wonder here and there. So this thinking practice can lead to the enlightenment or can lead to achieve not. It's called rites and rituals. Some people might worship, as I say, worship fire, worship Deva, or some people may think like just recite Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha can lead to this fully enlightenment, or some may think just by recitement, or some may think just by reciting. Many different type of practices that they wrongly believe that can lead to enlightenment is called clinging to rice and riches. Okay, so Sotapanna has no this type of clinging. Why? Simply because Sotapanna has entered into noble eightfold path. Therefore, it's called stream enterer. Stream is noble eightfold path. Since he, by practicing, by following the noble eightfold path and achieve Sotapanna, the noble eightfold path and achieve Sotapanna, so he knows what is the correct path, noble eightfold path. Apart from noble eightfold path, all practice cannot lead to enlightenment. He has this type of faith. Therefore, he has no more clinging to other right out towards, especially triple gem, the practice of the Dhamma and the enlightenment of the Buddha, and so on. So, am I fully answer your question? As a teacher, you have to satisfy the students to the maximum. Maximum.
这位师兄接着问那正入这个出果，是不是说这个去除了这个我，没有我了那师父说这个问题是有问题的因为正入这个出果，它是除这个我它是去除了这个有生见是这个见解，这个我见已经被去除了他已经不会再相信说有这一个常见有一个我不变的这一个灵魂在不断的这一个轮回，那他只看到的是这个名色因缘而生灭那第二个这个出国呢，他会断这个戒禁起他就不会执着一些错误的这个苦行仪式，像拜火崇拜这个神教等等的这一些这个神教等等的这一些，以为这样的一种修持这样的一种仪式会能够导向这个涅槃，因为他是一个入流者嘛流就是八正道，他已经进入这个八正道，他知道除了这个八正道以外没有其他的这个道路了。第三就是疑他已经不会对这个三宝有所怀疑了佛法生三宝，他不会对这个涅槃对佛法的这个修行有所怀疑
Okay, any other question? You can ask Chinese if you want.
可以用中文来问
下来问一下说16个观智嘛出果要达到第几个观智才可以说是真的出果呢？
他16个观智里面有一个叫须陀洹道果，他就是要到那个道果，应该是如果依据那个sequence 呢，应该是14还是15吧。最后一个是审查你烦恼有没有被审查你烦恼有没有被多少烦恼有没有多少烦恼被去除掉了应该是到了不管是14还是13，我要看一下那个 numbering。
谢谢。
搞不定搞不定She asked how many. He said that there are 16 stages of insight. When one attains Sotapanna, he reached which insight? I think I cannot remember the numbering already. But there's one insight Sotapanna path. So when a person reached that Sotapanna path, there he has already become Sotapanna. And the last one is reflecting knowledge. Reflect. It should be the 16 or 15 or 16 is reflecting knowledge. Reflect what defilement has been eradicated. You can check in still there or not. If still there, then not yet Sotapanna. Okay. Yes.
阿弥陀佛，师父。我的问题是，在家人可不可以达到出果这个果位？谢谢。
在家人不果还可以达到3果，但是达到3果过后呢，你一定要跟你先生离婚。OK， 因为3果呢已经去了 欲贪呐，这个世间上的欲贪呢，这个性欲是一种很大的欲贪呢，这个性欲是一种很大的欲贪来的啊，所以大家要结婚嘛，是一种很大的欲贪。所以当你证到三果过后呢，你的内心里面已经没有了这个男女之想，没有这个男女的欲贪呐，所以呢，你就要跟他呢，那在这个经典呢，有一个故事说，有一个叫维萨嘎的，他听完佛陀的经过后呢，他成了三果，狮陀阿那含成了三果，他是在家居士。那他之前呢，跟他太太呢是很亲，怎么讲啊？很恩爱的所以这些话呢，因为我没有结婚，所以我也叫不出来。很恩爱，很恩爱的。然后他成了这个阿那含过后呢，所以他回来的时候就跟他的太太讲，之前他就叫太太亲爱的，现在他叫太太sister 姐姐。所以那个太太听到莫名其妙，怎么你今天有没有瘦啊？有没有少了一条筋？为什么叫我姐姐？有瘦啊？有没有少了一条筋？为什么叫我姐姐的？然后他就跟他解释是因为呢，我已经证到了这个，我听佛陀的经证到了这个安那含了，我内心已经对你不存有任何的幻想了，没有这种肌肤之亲了所以呢，我没有办法口了，没有办法叫出口，所以我只好把你当姐妹来看待。那这个做太太的呢，也实在是很有涵养，他不会让其他人大哭大闹，惨了那怎么办呢？他不会这么大哭大闹。他说：“哇，这个佛法这么殊胜呐！你听了过胜呐！你听了过后呢，可以去掉这种欲贪呐。那我作为一个女人呐，可以不可以学？”他这样的回答，他先生是最高兴的了因为第一，我也不知道怎么处理你好像的。我也不知道怎么搞定你现在还可以不可以出家既然你现在我们两个已经没有这种夫妻，不能再过夫妻的生活了，那我去学，你让我去出家，不是很好吗？所以这个太太也是非常有智慧的人一点都不情绪然后呢，他就跟他说，那先生说，那当然最好了。那这个女人呢，很努力，在7天里面他证到了阿罗汉，比他先生还要高级，比他先生高一级阿罗汉。然后过后呢，大家都听说他证到阿罗汉了，他先生有一点不太相信比我还快有没有搞错？然后呢，他就问了，才相信比我还快有没有搞错？然后呢，他就问了他很多问题，很多只有阿罗汉能够回答的问题。这个问题呢，就 compile 成一个 sutta， 叫做朱拉维达拉苏达 in Majjhima Nikaya， 在中部有一个经呢，先生专门问他太太很多比较深的问题，只有阿罗汉才能够问的问题。那当他回答他过后呢，他的太太叫达玛丁娜达玛丁娜呢是在佛的时代呢，在佛的时代，每一个人有第一的明显嘛，比如说是智慧第一，目犍连尊者是神通第一，这个达玛丁娜是讲法第一讲法第一的。然后他听完过后呢，这个维萨卡还是可能还有一点疑所以去问佛陀。佛陀说，你这个问题呢问我呢，我的答案呢跟魔一样的表示说达玛丁娜已经成就了这个阿罗汉道果，所以你们这些女众很有希望OK
Sister asks whether a lay person can achieve Sotapan. Sayalay answer is not only Sotapan, a lay person can achieve Anagami, fruit, third fruition. But if you achieve Anagami, Sayalay say you must divorce with your husband, because Anagami has fully eradicate the sensual pleasure. So he won't desire for in the sutta. A lay person has become, through learning Dhamma, has become anagami. So he was married. So when he go back to his home, instead of calling his wife, he called his wife sister. So his wife was very curious and surprised why her husband changed in a sudden. So after knowing the reason, this is a wife with virtue, is a very good wife as well. With virtue, is a very good wife as well. She is also very interested to learn the Dhamma. So his wife proceed to learn Dhamma and become Arahant in 7 days, faster than her husband. So her husband could not believe this is, her wife can achieve Arahant faster than him. So he go and ask his wife a lot of questions, that the questions is answered by an Arahant. All the answers are given by his wife. The name of his wife is Dhammadina. All these answers is actually recorded in one of the sutta in Majjhima Vedala Sutta. Okay, and Dhammadina, I suppose a bhikkhuni, is during Buddha's time. She's number one in propagating Dhamma. Okay. So, Sayalay said, all the ladies here, you all should be very hopeful. You all have the criteria to become anagami.